Var.
Distinguished guests, esteemed ambassador, esteemed mayors, distinguished representatives of civil society organizations and cultural institutions, dear media professionals, I think an exciting day awaits us on the shores of the Bosphorus. As you know, the Ortaklaşa Culture Dialogue and Support Program kicked out 3 years ago. It extended from Istanbul to Turkey. The stakeholders of the program are now gathered here for the closing ceremony of this very important program. Welcome, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Aysun Öz. I've been working as a journalist for 25 years. I've worked for different television programs, for newspapers, and of course, currently I also have a YouTube channel. I am focusing on the themes of culture and arts. Of course, we are going through difficult periods. I tend to focus on a bit more, lifestyle content, which is a bit more pleasant, maybe. Of course, we would like to express our gratitude, first of all, to the Istanbul Culture and Arts Foundation, İKSV, and the other culture institutions, because without arts, it's impossible to get together. Nietzsche has told us, art exists to make sure that truth doesn't kill us. But speaking about YouTube, via the İKSV YouTube channel, we also have great, viewers who are following our program. Throughout the day, we will have the chance to discuss the outputs of the Ortaklaşa program. We will, commemorate the nice moments that we share together. Let's take a look at our program. What do we have today? We have a film screening. We have different panels where we will be discussing our cultural cooperation programs. Of course, we will have coffee breaks and a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we will be continuing with a musical performance. And then we will be focusing on different local cultural collaborations. I think we will be basically re-experiencing the excitement of the last 3 years. So I think we will have a very busy day, and then we will wrap up at 5 p.m. I hope that this will be a fruitful day for everyone. Throughout the activity, feel free to share your questions, your remarks, your comments via the QR code that you see on the screen. Please make sure that you scan the QR code. And of course, the YouTube viewers can also utilize the same QR code or the chat box of the YouTube to share with us their questions, their remarks, their comments. Throughout the day, we'll be collecting your feedback, and as much as possible, we will try to respond to your feedback throughout the day. The Ortaklaşa Culture Dialogue and Support Program has been organized with the support of the European Union, with the funding of the European Union, was implemented by İKSV, organized in collaboration with the Marmara Municipalities Union and the EUNIC, the EU National Institute for Culture. These institutions have worked together to forge a shared wisdom and implement this program. All the physical and online participants of our program have also contributed to this great activity. We have amongst us journalists, culture managers, citizens. Ortaklaşa is basically a program to mainstream our efforts of cultural collaboration across the country. Distinguished guests, funded by the European Union, the Ortaklaşa Culture Dialogue and Support Program brought together different arts and cultural institutions with municipalities to strengthen their mutual collaboration. In this sense, this is the very first and maybe the most important initiative in this sense. İKSV, of course, has been working in the field of culture and arts and has years of experience, so İKSV designed the project. The European Union provided a very precious funding to the program, precisely in a juncture where, financial resources for culture and arts are dwindling. I think Ortaklaşa was a great opportunity for joint production in different Turkish towns and cities. Ortaklaşa was, of course, developed with a perspective of harmonization and accession to the European Union. The program has always centered itself on local knowledge and has always promoted cultural cooperation between different actors. One of the most important distinguishing characteristics of Ortaklaşa was to make sure that local government also contributes to different cultural and arts activities across the country. Thanks to this perspective, culture policies have been mainstreamed by lots of municipalities, which have translated these into concrete examples. Now I would like to give the floor to the Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts, which made this program reality. As you know, İKSV is spearheading very important cultural activities across the country, and Ortaklaşa has been maybe one of the most concrete examples of this initiative. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Görgün Taner, who is the General Director of the Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts. Well, I think this applause goes not only to me, but to everyone, because Ortaklaşa is obviously a collaborative effort by all of us. Distinguished Ambassador or Distinguished Chargé d'Affaires, or Dear Jurgis, as we tend to call you, sir. Of course, distinguished mayors, welcome to our event. It's wonderful to see all the participants, all the contributors of the Ortaklaşa Culture Dialogue and Support Program. So seeing you here is a great source of joy for me. So after 3 years, we have created this wonderful image in this hall. What has happened throughout these 3 years? Of course, we will be entering into all the details of this. I think it has been a very fruitful, albeit maybe tiresome program. Sometimes we smiled together, sometimes we went through challenging periods. I think we can say that it was 3 years full of emotions. Over these 3 years, we had the chance to work with representatives of CSOs, local municipalities, representatives of universities. All of these stakeholders from different parts of the country got together. Maybe they encountered each other for the very first time. They had the chance to work with each other for the very first time. They listened to each other. Maybe that was the most important component. And they tried to understand each other. So I think we fostered the creation of a platform of dialogue through the Ortaklaşa program. In all of these encounters, maybe we got a bit angry, maybe we danced together. Of course, we sometimes criticized each other. We also expressed our sentiments of despair, but also hope. All of this allowed us to, ask and re-ask the question, how can we construct a better future together? At the end of 3 years, we have made it to this day. Today, we will be making a summary of these 3 years. Of course, we have asked questions for some of which we haven't developed answers, but I think throughout the day we will basically be expressing our pleasure in carrying out this program, especially we'll be listening to the true stakeholders, the true architects of the Ortaklaşa program. Who am I speaking about? I'm speaking about you, of course. What are we going to be doing in the future? How will we continue to pave the way for future programs? How will we be able to include everyone? And of course, we will be sharing what we have seen throughout these 3 years, what we have achieved throughout these 3 years. During 3 years, I didn't have the chance to participate in all of these encounters. I could participate only in some of them. But whenever I participated, I saw very surprising results, very interesting discussions. What really intrigued me was people's efforts to ask themselves, how can we do this better together? I think all the stakeholders of Ortaklaşa will get together to resolve these issues. First of all, to dear Jurgis, I would like to express my gratitude for supporting this very important step, which has really impacted the entire country. So I would like to express my gratitude to the European Union by you, sir, because I would like to express my gratitude to all the mayors with whom we have worked, especially to the great team of the Marmara Municipalities Union. So really, we really owe them a great thanks. First of all, to dear Samet. And of course, all the mayors, some of the mayors are here, some of them will join us in the afternoon. All of the mayors have worked very hard to make possible this program. They have designed this program, they have discovered this path together with us. And these 3 years were not at all in vain, I think. When we inaugurated the Culture Center in Kömür, I had the chance to encounter a local darbuka player who came next to me and who told me, dear friend, it's wonderful to see you here. Well, thank you very much. It was wonderful to see you here as well. Thank you, Mr. Görgün Taner, for this wonderful speech. İKSV is, of course, a cultural institution strongly based in Istanbul. For this program, İKSV joined forces with the Marmara Municipalities Union, which is which has contributed to this project with its very rich experience in the field of local government. Now I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the Marmara Municipalities Union, Mr. Cemil Aslan. Thank you very much. First of all, I should indicate that I'm here because I believe in the strong power of culture and arts. I think culture and arts have a healing power. And the dear executives of İKSV have given me the chance to express myself. Distinguished ambassador, esteemed mayors, distinguished general director of İKSV, the distinguished İKSV team, all the distinguished participants. It's an honor for me to speak before you on behalf of the Marmara Municipalities Union. Welcome to the We Call It Ortaklaşa program. I think this has been a great opportunity to work together, to join our forces and to learn from each other. Today we are celebrating not only the completion of a program, but also the fact that we are sharing the fruits of a very important initiative. Ortaklaşa truly lived up to its name. We brought together, of course, municipalities and cultural and arts institutions around the same table. We really created a platform based on trust, and we concretely implemented this at the local level. Because, as you know, the true potential of cities can only come from getting together of different colors, different experiences. Our cities cannot be limited to the infrastructure and services. What really marks the cities is identity. Culture and arts represent not only the aesthetic facade of the cities, but also they have the function of constructing the social texture of the cities. In this sense, culture and arts are a field of dialogue, inclusivity, and of course the creation, the forging of hope. Every moment where people get together and share their stories allow us to build a fairer, a more inclusive, and a more resilient society. So I think municipalities have a very important role to play in this sense. So the culture and arts policies of municipalities are not only a passive field of providing services. I think this is also a field for strengthening social solidarity, justice, and participation. I think more recently, municipalities have shifted their focus to this issue. I am closely watching the recent culture and art discussions and the repression in the field of culture and arts in recent years. And I think this has all urged municipalities to provide even more financing to culture and arts. As we will be seeing today, Ortaklaşa provided great efforts for bringing our efforts together. I think all the experiences that we have accumulated in these 3 years will also be shedding the light for our future. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Ambassador, to the entire European Union delegation of Turkey, and of course to all the other stakeholders of the program. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts for formulating this project in a very innovative manner. Many thanks to all the mayors who participated in this event. Many thanks to all the CSOs who have contributed to this event. Ortaklaşa has shown us once again that every cultural effort realized through solidarity transforms not only the cities but also the entire society. I hope that this experience will be a source of inspiration for all the steps that we will be taking together in the future. I think we shall continue to think together, work together, produce together, and as Mr. Tanner has indicated in a very kind manner, I want to express my gratitude to dear Samet, who really worked very hard for this project. Well, thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Cemil. Now, we will be hearing from, of course, we would like to express our gratitude to the European Union delegation, and I would like to invite onto the stage the Deputy Head of the EU delegation to Turkey, Chargé d'Affaires, Jurgis Vilçinkas, onto the stage to deliver their speech.
Günaydın, değerli dostlar, değerli...
Good morning, distinguished friends, distinguished YouTubers, welcome.
Yaşar Kemal, who was probably one of the greatest storytellers of these lands, once said, that the person's place in galaxy is not measured by his body, but by their heart. And when I look across this venue where we have creatives, artists, municipal representatives, civil society leaders, I feel, that we are proving his words true. I think this EU-funded Ortaklaşa project is really, first of all, a union of big hearts. And I think when hearts unite around culture, when something remarkable happens, the city starts listen, the boundaries soften, we start seeing each other not as an institutions, not as a people with titles, but actually as partners in creating something meaningful for our societies. And that's why Ortaklaşa project, it's a bit of a quite revolution, because in the last 3 years, it really brought together people that often don't meet actually in the same room. We had municipalities, we had civil society, we have administrators, we had planners, we had dreamers. So, and we did this kind of coming together not through procedures and protocols, but actually through art, through music, and of course through the shared creativity. And I think through these partnerships, we really saw that cooperation and cultural cooperation is not really some kind of abstract goal, but we saw that, we created things that, you can hear, you can touch, you can feel. And we saw it, for example, in Hatay, where the sprouts of the New Life project gathered together children who lost so much after the earthquake and gave them music, gave them hope, to be part of community through orchestra and through the music, through the choir. We felt it also in Izmir, where we had Daraj fermentation project, which transformed actually a municipal empty building into the hub for dialogue and creativity. And I could go on and sort of list some of these examples, in Eskişehir, where we also opened a new cultural center, in Adıyaman, where we had Kömür Children and Youth Festival, which kind of again brought together people into empty municipal building, again turned it into creative spaces, to paint, to play music, and so on. So we had some amazing stories, I think, through this project in the framework of Ortaklaşa, and I'm really looking forward to hear more, from the participants and from those who benefited from that. Now, in many ways, these collaborations within Ortaklaşa very much mirrors European Union's own approach to cultural policy. Sort of our approach is essentially, if you like, turning the creativity into shared governance. And for culture, I think it's really the part of European Union's democratic DNA. And I think the way we build open, resilient, inclusive societies. And of course, that's why as European Union, very proud to support these initiatives, because they empower the citizens, they strengthen local governance, and we talked about Marmara Municipalities Union, they promote access to culture, promote participation in public life. And I think without these inclusive cultural policies, we can't really have, tools for bringing people together, from different spheres, sort of softening the differences, rebuilding the trust as well between them, and giving communities really the means to tell their stories. So, again, I want to today really use this opportunity, this event, also to thank very much IKSV team for making it happen, really, for making it happen with such a creativity and such a big heart. I think, your work and the work of the whole team has been exceptional, not only in terms of designing the program, but also, in the energy and creativity you brought to the whole of the process. I would in particular also like to thank IKSV communications team, because this project was really a very good example, how, you communicate what you do. And it was really, nothing short, I think, of inspiring in terms of what we saw in the social media, in mainstream media as well, and in also all the visuals and videos that we've seen online. Of course, again, this project could not have been possible without dedication of other partners, Marmara Municipality Union, European Union National Culture Institutes cluster in Istanbul and in Ankara, and of course many, many non-governmental organizations and municipalities who helped us. And thank you really for not waiting for the perfect moment, but actually, working together and collaborating and delivering it. Now, the last thing, when we look sort of what we achieved together, we should probably ask the question, what is next, how we can sustain this energy, beyond the life frame of one single project. Can we ensure, that maybe every city in Turkey could have the means to develop its own culture activities, culture policy, and be more open, more inclusive. That's why today I'm happy to share really some good news. The story of Ortaklaşa does not end here today. In fact, together with IKSV, we are preparing Ortaklaşa Phase 2, so basically a new chapter. A new chapter that we hope will expand the program's reach, expand its ambition. And this time, the idea is to go one step further, so strengthening also the, I would say, European dimension of this work. And the idea is to connect Turkish civil society and municipalities not only with each other, but also connect them to their peers across Europe, across European Union, opening, of course, basically in this way, new spaces for exchanges, mobility, and of course shared learning. So essentially, the first phase was and still is building the bridges within Turkey, and the next one will look at the opportunities to go beyond Turkey and linking up, local Turkish creativity with European networks of innovation. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen today, hopefully, to very many valuable lessons, about how to co-create, how to co-design together. These lessons hopefully will also shape a little bit our understanding of the future of cultural policy, both locally and regionally. But again, I invite you not to think about it as a closing, but really think it a little bit in terms of Olympic relay sort of metaphor, passing kind of the torch to the next initiative, next group. And hopefully, ideas born in this project will give much more light and much more spark for the future initiatives when we have it. So I leave you with one simple thought. Let's not think about projects or initiatives as something, that have budgets and deadlines, but let's think about relationships that last. And I think here in Turkey, through Ortaklaşa, we have built something very important, a community, a relationship, that believes that culture is really the bridge between the people, between the cities, and hopefully in the future between, the continents. So thanks much again for all your efforts, all your initiatives, all your thought-provoking ideas. Remember, as Yaşar Kemal said, humanity is measured by the heart, And I hope that all of our efforts here today will make this heart beat stronger. Thank you very much. Teşekkürler.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for these wonderful words. Now, let's leave aside the words and let's focus on faces, eyes. Ortaklaşa also means thousands of kilometers. It also means a great voyage. Now, let's take a look at what we have done in these last 3 years.
Ortaklaşa için 3 sene önce yola çıkarken aslında elimizde sadece bir hayal vardı. O da şöyle bir şeydi. Kültür politikalarının merkezinde yerelin sesi olsun. Bu zor bir şey. Şöyle anlatmaya çalışabilirim. Sivil toplum kuruluşlarıyla belediyeler birlikte düşünsünler, birlikte çözüm üretmeye gayret etsinler. Böyle bir şeyle yola çıktık.
İstanbul Kültür Sanat Vakfı'nın yıllara dayanan Avrupa Birliği Türkiye Delegasyonu'yla ilişkilerinin sonucunda ortaya çıkan bir proje fikriydi bu. Ortaklaşa projesinde 3 ayak var. Bunların bir tanesi diyalog, bir diğeri hibe, bir diğeri de öğrenme programı. Aslında hibe her şeyin odağında gibi gözüküyor. Çünkü bütün ilişkileri kuran, yereldeki projelerin gerçekleşmesini sağlayan 1,3 milyon euroluk dev bir finansman kaynağından bahsediyoruz. Lakin biz bunu sadece bir hibe programını yürütecek bir proje olarak görmedik, böyle de tasarlamadık. Ortaklaşanın diyalog ayağı en önemli unsurlardan bir tanesi. Birçok yerelde aslında ortaklaşanın vesile olmasıyla farklı aktörlerin bir araya geldiğini gördük, birbirini tanıdığını gördük. Bu toplantılar sadece şehir odaklı yapılmadı, bölgesel odaklı yapıldı. Ve aynı zamanda öğrenme programında hibe alanlara yönelik ve daha sonraki dönemde de genel kültür sanat profesyonellerine yönelik online eğitimler gerçekleşti. Ve aslında ortaklaşa herkese ortak bir mecra sundu.
Bir belediye başkanı, kültür müdürü, muhtar, orada kim varsa halk birlikte düşünüyor, birlikte üretiyor, birlikte dans ediyor, söylüyor, horona duruyor ve bu bir şey anlatıyor aslına bakarsak. Ortaklaşa hepimiz için çok zor zamanlarda başladı. Bu projeye başlarken amacımız adil kültürel işbirliğine dayanan demokratik bir kültür ekosistemi için modeller, mekanizmalar ve politikalar önermekti. Sonra 6 Şubat sabahına uyandık ve bir anda her şey durdu. Ne yapacağımıza karar vermek bile uzun bir zaman aldı aslında. Her şeye rağmen bir ay sonra Diyarbakır'a yola çıktık. Türkiye'de yerel kültür ekosistemi raporunun yazarı sevgili Ulaş Bayraktar'la birlikte. Diyarbakır'dan başlayıp Dersim, Malatya, Adıyaman, Kahramanmaraş, Gaziantep, Hatay, Mersin ve Konya'ya uzanan 12 günlük bir yolculuktu bu. Yüzlerce insanın hikayesine şahitlik ettik. Ve bu şahitliğin getirdiği sorumlulukla aslında evimize geri döndük. Ve sonrasında ortaklaşa bizi birbirimize bağladı.
Biz bu süreçte iyileşmeye, yeniden yapılanmaya nasıl destek olabiliriz diye düşünüyorduk ve o saha ziyaretlerinde kültür sanat aktörlerinin, yerel yönetimlerin ve şehirdeki sivil toplum aktörlerinin de ihtiyaçlarını dinleyerek aslında İstanbul'a döndüğümüzde yapılabilecek bir sürü şey olduğunu fark ettik. Ve hibe programı başlarken de deprem bölgesindeki projelere, kültür sanat projelerine nasıl destek verebilir diye çok düşündük ve yapılandırırken aslında depremden sonra konuştuğumuz paydaşlarımızla bu fikirleri geliştirdik. Ortaklaşa hibe programı sadece Hatay'da değil, Adıyaman'ın Kömür ilçesinde bir proje gerçekleştirdi. Depremde az etkilendiği için en fazla göç alan ilçelerden bir tanesiydi ve orada bir kültür sanat merkezi inşa edildi Kömür Belediyesi işbirliğinde. Şu anda sadece çocuklar, gençler değil, oradaki halkın da toplanıp birlikte vakit geçirdiği bir yer haline geldi. Ve bu kültür sanatın iyileştirici gücü sadece zor zamanlarda olmasın, hep olsun. İpliklerle bağlıyız birbirimize.
Ortaklaşayı nasıl bir kapsam içerisinde ele almak gerektiğini hayal ederken aslında kültürün alameti farikası da sayılabilecek bir şekilde diyaloğu, birlikte üretmeyi, dirsek temasını temele alacak bir ortaklaşma modeli üzerinde çalıştık. Bu yüzden konu biraz da yolda olmakla ilgili. Hepimizin belli hedefleri var, o hedeflere dair çeşitli yollar içindeyiz. Ama mecazi olduğu kadar ortaklaşa biraz gerçek anlamda da yollardaydı. Ortaklaşanın bu kadar çok insanla temas etmesi aslında organik olarak da bir topluluğun oluşmasına vesile oluyor. Yaptığımız bölgesel toplantılarla, buna katılan kültür profesyonelleri, belediyeler, hibe verdiğimiz kurumlar ve iştirakleriyle birlikte çok büyük bir topluluk oluştuğunu ve bunun organik olarak geliştiğini, birbiriyle tanışıklığının olduğunu fark ediyoruz.
Belediye başkanı bize bir anekdot anlattı. deli gibi yağmur yağan bir günde acaba motorhanenin çatısı aktı mı diye ilk iş olarak motorhaneye gidiyor sabah ziyarete. Bu gerçekten de sahiplenmek demek. Bu projenin yine altını çizdiği en önemli şeylerden birisi yerelden sahiplenmeydi. Evet, Avrupa Birliği finansmanı sağlayabilir, İKSV bu süreci takip edebilir ama bir senenin sonunda o projeler ne olacak? En önemli şey yereldeki aktörlerin, sivil toplum, sanatçılar, kültür kurumları, akademisyenler, bu yereldeki sahiplenmeyle bir şeylerin dönüşebileceğine inanıyoruz. Bize gittiğimiz şehirlerde keşke bizim şehrimizde de bir İKSV olsun diyenler oluyor. Ama olay İKSV'yi çoğaltmak değil, yerelde sivil toplumu bağımsız kılıp, farklı finansman kaynaklarını birleştirip, o bağımsızlıkla ve diğer paydaşlarla beraber hareket ederek bir şeyleri hayata geçirmek.
İlk annemiz dar ağaçlı, anneannemiz dar ağaçlı, ben anneleri dar ağaçlı, çocuklarım dar ağaçlı.
Oradaki arta kalan 18 euroyu kullanabilmesi için
Ortaklaşa ile Anadolu'da kültür sanat alanında faaliyet gösteren birçok kurumu yakından tanıyabilme fırsatına sahip olabileceğimi gördüm. Bu kurumların sınırlı imkanlarla çok güzel işler yaptıklarına şahit olabilmek ve bu güzel işlere katkı sunabilme düşüncesi beni çok heyecanlandırdı. Bu nedenle uzakta da olsam yapılan güzel işlerin bir parçası olabilme düşüncesi heyecanımı mutlulukla taçlandırdı.
Bence projenin en önemli çıktılarından biri de aslında kültür politikaları çalıştaylarında üretilen belgelerin belediye meclislerinden geçmesi oldu. Çünkü o artık gerçekten ortaklaşanın bir projeden çıkıp bir yaklaşıma dönüşmek üzere olduğunun, onun da cidden politikanın merkezine yansıdığının resmi göstergesi gibiydi benim için.
çok sevdiğim bir söz var. Tüm muhteşem hikayeler iki şekilde başlar. Ya bir insan bir yolculuğa çıkar ya da şehre bir yabancı gelir. Ortaklaşa da işte böyle bir muhteşem hikaye. Çıktığımız yolculuklarda, yollarımızın kesişiminde, birlikte ürettiğimiz süreçlerde gördüm ki hepimizin harika bir hikayesi var. Bunu daha da harika kılan ise tüm bu güzel hikayelerin bir araya gelerek daha muhteşem, kolektif ve ortak bir hikayeye dönüşebilmesi. Marmara Belediyeler Birliği ve kendi adıma bu ortaklaşmanın bir parçası olduğumuz için çok mutluyuz.
Nerede, ne zaman, kimlerle bir araya geldiysek ortak bir ruhla ortak bir şeyleri inşa etmeye çalıştık. Yeni düzenlenen çalıştaylara, festivallere tanıklık ettik. Yeni mekanlara, yeni fikirlerle birlikte adımlar attık. Bugün geriye dönüp baktığımızda değişim adına atılan tohumların ne kadar büyük ormanlar yaratacağı, ne gibi değişikliklere yol açacağını düşünmek heyecan verici. Ortaklaşa iz bırakan, ilham veren güçlü bir buluşma oldu bence.
Ortaklaşanın 3 yıla dayanan hikayesini şöyle bir nefeste hatırlayınca aklıma biriktirdiğimiz hikayeler, kat ettiğimiz kilometrelerce yol, tanıştığımız, tanıyıp da yeniden karşılaştığımız onlarca, yüzlerce sima geliyor. Ama sonra bir duruyorum. O durduğum yerde aslında ortaklaşayı da biricik kılan şey, o ortaklık duygusu. Bu duyguda buluşan herkes, bu duyguya emek veren herkes birlikte üretirken birbirlerinin fikirlerini dinlediler, birbirlerinin yerine geçtiler. Ve çıkan pürüzlere yine birbirlerinin yerine geçebilerek aslında çözüm üretmeye devam ettiler. Sabah konuşmalarıyla güne ilhamla başlamamızı sağlayan kültür sanat dünyasından isimler de bu ortaklığa dahil oldu. Festivaller, şenlikler, çalıştaylar, belediye ziyaretleri, tüm bu alanlarda yanımızda basından dostlarımız da oldu. O seyahatlerde bizimle birlikte olmaları, Borçka'da, Kömür'de, Merzifon'da, Hatay'da bizimle birlikte o şarkıları dinlemeleri, o hikayeleri dinlemeleri ve insanların oradaki emeklerine tanıklık etmeleri gerçekten çok farklı bir histi.
Ortaklaşa çok güzel bir isim. Çok hitap etti bana. Projenin de tam yaptıklarına cuk oturdu. Kişisel olarak hem bir sevincim hem bir üzüntüm var. Başlangıçta çok heyecanlandım. Türkiye'nin 7 bölgesini ve oradaki kültür kurumlarını görebileceğim diye. Ama çok başarısız oldum bu konuda. Maalesef bir iki tanesiyle yetindim. Ama gittiğim yerlerde gördüğüm şeyler beni çok umutlandırdı. Türkiye'de kültür kurumlarının, sivil toplumun, yerel yönetimlerle işbirliğiyle toplumsal refaha ve kalkınmaya nasıl katkıda bulunulacağını ve artık kültürün böyle üvey evlat değil de gerçek merkezde yerinin olması gerektiğinin ispatını gördüm. Şimdi bunu sıra kelimelere dökmek raporlara dökmekte.
Buradaki birikimi, deneyimi aktarmak istiyoruz. Bu sebeple de projenin sonunda bir politika metni kaleme alınıyor. Değerli hocamız kültür politikası alanında Türkiye'deki en önemli isimlerden birisi Füsun Üstel bizimle beraber yol kat etmeyi kabul etti. Ve birçok yereldeki etkinliklerde bizimle beraberdi, olanlara şahitlik etti ve arkasından da kıymetli kalemiyle bu deneyimi bir politika metnine aktardı.
Umarım vazgeçmesin. Hepimizin sizin gibi insanlara ihtiyacı çok var.
Tam vazgeçiyordum. Ortaklaşa diye bir program çekti.
Bir kültürel dayanışma zinciri aslında bu. Böyle bakınca da ortaklaşanın devamını hayal ettiğimiz bir dönemdeyiz şimdi. Ya ben çok inanıyorum ki ortaklaşanın geleceği geçmişinden de güçlü olacak. Çünkü bir deneyimle yola çıkıyor şimdi. İlk 3 yılda bir hayalle yola çıkmıştık, biraz test ettik ve şimdi bir sonraki 3 yıla hazırlandığımız bir zamandayız. Bakalım neler olacak.
Hepimiz
Then we all say, wow, seriously, it was beautiful work. Thank you, everyone who contributed to it. And I was actually a witness to parts of it as well, so it was very exciting for me to watch this film. It was my first time watching it, witnessing these beautiful bonds established in different cities. And this common work has been made visible by the team Moxie. So we're thanking from this team Muslat Karan and Burcu Menekoğlu and everyone else who have contributed to this work. So we saw a summary of 3 years. Let us now rewind a bit and see how, let's talk about the process that brought us to this point. This is actually a product of a vision that was based on collaboration between these different local actors, and we're going to talk about how this came about, what the sprouts of this idea was, and we'll talk about this with the İKSV Cultural Policy Studies Director Özlem Ece. Yes, Özlem, welcome. Well, everyone welcome. It's wonderful to see everyone together. It's very exciting, and especially to be talking to you now after this film. It's very emotional for me. Yes, thank you. My excitement is just calming down now, but the film did make me very emotional as well. But I was a witness to parts of it. As an arts and culture journalist of many years, I actually had the chance to host you in various programs, and the cultural policy reports that you publish every year, I'm actually a fan of them. I'm an ardent follower. You've been publishing them since 2011, and you are approaching culture through different perspectives, actually, and in various platforms we've had the chance to discuss these reports. So in Turkey, it's difficult to find such research and such reports in Turkey, and especially for us journalists, it's difficult to find such outputs of such works. I'm sure my colleagues would agree with me. So it's been very valuable what you have been doing. But this time we're meeting here on the stage to celebrate this 3 years long journey of Ortaklaşa. As far as I was a witness to it, Ortaklaşa mobilized the emotion and the will to be acting together, to be working together. So I want to talk with you about how we came to this current point, what we have been experiencing for the past 3 years. First of all, of course, its name is beautiful and you're doing great things. Here, let's mention also Oscar Wilde, who had said that artists are people who do beautiful things. So I think that's also at the center of the same idea, I think. So that beautiful name, Ortaklaşa, in collaboration, in cooperation, partnering. Why did you call it Ortaklaşa? Yes, it's being at this point now, I'm like, after completing this huge adventure of 3 years, I'm very excited to be here, and I thank you very much for being with us here also. And of course, I want to thank everyone here, all the EU delegation representatives and the mayors and the municipality representatives and the NGO representatives who walk with us throughout this adventure. First of all, as a host, I want to extend my thank you to you, and I want to welcome you all here. It's very valuable for us that you are here with us. Yes, we called it Ortaklaşa because we are in an age of unending, ceaseless crises, and it's times such as these we need each other more than ever, just like here, just like now. So we need to listen to each other, to produce together, to think together, and come up with solutions to these crises that actually go beyond borders. They're not just regional or national. So this is a time when we need to get together to address these problems, and we actually see this as a responsibility, and we think that arts and culture is the language of a common future. It inspires social solidarity and brings us together. We think culture and arts play an important role in this. That's why we call it Ortaklaşa, collaboration, cooperation. And from what we have, I heard from the films, and the film and all the talks, I think we were able to give this title its due. So the entire team of İKSV have labored, have worked a lot to be worthy of its name. It is a beautiful name. As the İKSV director said, the name just fits, the title fits its content. So I actually know the Ortaklaşa from its first phases of when you guys were dreaming about this, when you were first designing this, so I'm very happy that you gave me this role here today also. In our interviews, you also talked about this a lot, how this idea was born, how it was realized, how you secured the support from the EU. But since we're all here together, I will ask you to please talk about this once again. Sure, with pleasure, because we tried out a model also, beginning with the design of this project, which is referred to in the film as well. We tried something different. As you said, in 2010, since 2010, I've been the director of the Cultural Policy Studies Department, and here we are focusing on the right to culture, to cultural rights, and we're publishing all these research on all these reports on the research that we have conducted, and we wanted to bring people together around this and to assume this responsibility as İKSV towards the establishment of this platform. Thus, Ortaklaşa was actually built on this idea of all this accumulation, all this knowledge that we have accumulated over these years, because it's like a line of work that we have been doing, and it's accumulation of it. And there is this need to be together. That's what we have seen in our work for the past decades, because the culture professionals are becoming lonelier, becoming more vulnerable due to the atmosphere, due to the context we're in, and more solidarity is required in this atmosphere, and a platform that enables that is needed. So Ortaklaşa was built on this knowledge and experience. But of course, it's what we have behind us is İKSV's 5 decades long experience and knowledge. So there's the inclusivity, participation, and access are the pillars of the system of values that this program is based on. As you are also you've been following us, at times we feel alone and we get isolated. So for me as well, it was like every time I'm unable to struggle on my own, and I go to some town in Anatolia and I come back to Istanbul, and then I'm encouraged, I feel this courage inside me again to be able to tell my friends, look, no, there is this other story to tell, there is this happening in Anatolia. So I want to thank and congratulate the entire İKSV team once again, and with you, please, thank you. We actually came together at a feeling, at an emotion. It wasn't just a project, it was our whole existence went into it. We wanted to build the relationship of trust with each other and with all our colleagues and friends that we collaborated with. We tried to bring together a community with certain demands and needs and expectations, municipalities, NGOs, citizens. As you saw in the film, we came a long ways in order to be able to set those tables and sit together at those tables together and look each other in the eye. We put in a lot of effort for that, to be able to understand each other's needs and demands. And we also wanted to understand how culture breathes at the local level, how it lives. It's not possible to do that from where we sit in Istanbul. So with the Marmara Municipalities Union, we traveled across Anatolia. And in all phases of the program, we had such a structure, and there was also a pursuit for a new model in cultural policies as well, to be able to hear the voices, the needs of the localities, to see what's happening in different parts of the country. That's how we designed the project. So we set those targets, and then we tried to see if we can bring everyone around it, and we saw yes, it's possible, and then we proposed it to the EU, and we if we can execute it as well as we have been able to design it, we saw that it can be a good model not only for Turkey but also for Europe as well, and which is where we are right now. So despite all the difficulties, we need to be together, and if we're able to sustain this collaboration, if we can remain true to this promise that we have made, I think we can keep on doing this. We can do even better. Of course, the difficulty with these big projects, what I mean by big, is like incorporating so many people in it. One of their main problems is having the unsustainability, like having these vulnerable structures where they cannot continue those efforts. But thankfully, EU was by our side, and we have been able to continue them. The EU saw that we would be able to carry it out, and that's how come we were entitled to receive the support from the EU. So I guess EU also believed that it would be a good model, a good idea also for Europe as well, and that's why they supported you. So many things were done over the last 3 years. We saw some of them in the film, but could you give us a summary as well? Because when we have a list of it, it's more empowering. Yes, it's been a long journey, and okay, you'll have to excuse me, I need to look at my notes. For 1.3 million euros went into the 13 projects through these sub-grants that we received from the EU. But it wasn't just a grant program. There was also a dialogue and learning program that went alongside the sub-grant program at a time when we needed financial support so much. It was very, very valuable what the EU did. We also were able to employ 44 culture and arts professionals through these projects. 6 culture and arts spaces were renewed. 22 spaces were repurposed to be able to host arts and culture events. We organized 16 workshops in different cities. 6 different policy documents were published, and they were accepted by the municipality councils. These municipality councils actually accepted decisions, recognized decisions in line with these reports, which you can actually see these all out in the foyer with all these in our publications. There you can find these decisions there. Decisions were passed by municipal councils. Protocols were all done. Within 1 year, they actually signed 5 years long protocols to be able to continue their activities in those venues that we talked about. Of course, we will be following up with these, and there were books and guidebooks, and there were festivals, activities, biennales, exhibitions. You saw the numbers on the screen. 55,000 people came together through events of arts and culture. 5,000 of them were children. 5,000 children got to meet with arts and culture. So we thought together and found a way to social solidarity through art and culture. And it was a lasting trust that we were able to build, because we have this belief in the sustainability. And in the afternoon today, in the Ortaklaşa Presents sessions, you will actually be talking about these projects. You'll be listening to these projects because they will be taking the stage and tell us what actually happened. But yeah, when you list these numbers, it's really inspiring. It gives us hope. Such times as these, we need such good news. So thank you. So as we wrap up, there's another question. I'm sure everybody is wondering this. So you had these 3 successful years, and you can see the results. So what's going to happen next? Well, actually, the good news was shared by our ambassador here. So let me just express our happiness again. Yes, Ortaklaşa is continuing. It's going on. It's not finished. We're working on the details in early 2026. We'll be sharing the details with you. This is something that we've been long thinking about and dreaming about, and concretely working on for some time now. In the last months of the project, there was all this work trying to finish the projects, who received grants. There was a policy document that was being concluded, and at the same time we're trying to imagine the future, dream about the future. And so we had the courage to actually enter an even greater adventure. So thus we started designing the next project. Thankfully, we are about to finish its design, and we are looking forward to another 3 years of this adventure. There will be some other good news actually about our next 3 years, which will be shared in the next session, I believe, by Selena and Natalie. It's very exciting for me to see the change that people who have been involved in this project have created, and I think we can do even more, even better perhaps in the next 3 years than all the great work that have already been done in the past 3. As I said, early 2026 we'll be signing the agreement, and once it becomes official, we'll be sharing all the details with you. I know you're all curious. We're asking for a bit more patience, but it's the same idea. How arts and culture can have we believe everyone has a say in arts and culture. Everyone in arts and culture has a say in our common future, and this is what we're going to work towards in the next 3 years as well. Thank you very much for these great news, and I hope at the end of 2028, when you do another closing ceremony, hopefully I will be there as well. So thank you so much for now. Thank you. Thank you, Özlem, once again. So every change starts with asking the right question. One of the fundamental questions when they began Ortaklaşa the question was how to establish fair cultural cooperation on the local level. In scope of the Ortaklaşa subgrant program, there were these projects which sought the answer to this, and we will be hearing their stories in the afternoon. How NGOs of arts and culture and municipalities can work together. They gave concrete examples, models of how this can happen. There were search conferences organized in 7 cities, participated by academicians, civil society organizations, municipality representatives. A wide range of people actually got together, talked about their needs, priorities, and how to collaborate. So these steps contributed to the building of confidence, of mutual trust in each other. All these steps were brought together by Professor Dr. Füsun Ünal in the Füsun Üstel, in the policy document that she penned herself. This report is actually presenting a roadmap for fair cultural cooperation, and it's also titled Ortaklaşa Values and Actions. So I'm inviting Professor Dr. Füsun Üstel to give us the outputs of this policy document. She'll be accompanied by Middle East Technical University Department of Political Science and Public Administration Associate Professor Erdem Çolak as the moderator of this next session. Hello everyone, welcome. I was very excited this morning coming here and seeing all these people that I actually met recently and over the last 3 years, and it's so valuable to be meeting so many beautiful people that actually are happy to see each other again. It's such luck, because there's all this common labor that went into the work that they did together, and then seeing each other again is such a great pleasure. Dear participants, dear stakeholders, welcome. Our professor wrote a policy document that contained this whole period. Its title is A Roadmap for Fair Cultural Cooperation, Ortaklaşa Values and Actions. First of all, let me start here. A policy document in the field of cultural policy, that's how it was presented. But when I read it, I thought it actually went beyond that. There were academic interventions that you made and broader interpretations you made, which was also brought together with your experience from the field. How would you define this text? Thank you, because that's actually something I want to talk about. Of course, besides people who will be reading this text, I hope they will take into consideration the remarks I have on this. This is not your usual policy document. And yes, there are certain suggestions, recommendations at the end of it. But as I work in the field of policy, cultural policies, such policy documents are usually penned by an authoritarian person telling others what to do and how to do it. But this text both relays the data and observations from the field and also merges them with policy recommendations. In my first draft, I had a different style actually in writing it, but then I told the team I want to have a more inner voice to be narrating this. My friends couldn't exactly understand what I was saying, but I wanted to say I want to bring in the voice of the field to the paper, because there is a very rich field research that a couple of actually field researchers that have gone into this 3 years long program. So I try to get the voice to inside, so that it's from within, coming from within the program. So that gives you not a very rigid text. It's more flexible, it's more open-ended, which was my aim. That's how I designed it. That's how I wanted it to be, so that it can reflect the experiences and expectations from the field. but also show the NGOs or municipalities and the other actors, arts and culture actors, so that these actors, these authorities can express the needs and expectations of the locality, which these actors I mentioned can rewrite on the way as they proceed on their specific respective ways. Generally in policy documents they have these like good practices, best practices, they would try to put these in. Every example is a good example because they are all done in line with the expectations and needs of the locality in question. And of course there are the power dynamics that play into these results and examples, which we had to come up with different suggestions. People from the ground came up with different suggestions. So there's no best practice. All the practices are good practices, which is a result of the richness of the field itself, the wealth in the field. The political, cultural, social context that led to the emergence of Ortaklaşa. It might be a bit different when you look at it from the perspective of academia, perhaps, but of course, every period seems to be a pace, but the last 3 years were especially fast in Turkey. How was the field in your perspective? What would you say? How was the conjuncture on the field in these past 3 years? Actually, Ortaklaşa emerged at a point where, there was the global problem of COVID-19, which had caused serious problems and damages in the field of arts and culture globally. And it's already a vulnerable field, fragile field, this field of arts and culture. And it had become further vulnerable due to the pandemic. And then, as you saw in the film, there was the Maraş earthquakes affecting a very vast region, resulting in a huge loss of life. And especially in the earthquake zone, the arts and culture institutions in these zones could no longer function. And there were, of course, practices of solidarity to elevate this, but it was a situation where they couldn't really work. Again, in 2023, there was the presidential elections and parliamentary elections. Of course, during that time, what we saw was there's a political polarization in Turkey that keeps increasing, and it was mirrored in the field of arts and culture as well. Actually, mirrored in a very violent and effective way. In the last 3 years, it's been a project of 3 years, as you know. But we knew that such a path was going to be the path that we would go on, because it was the government strategy of a national and local culture, in quotes. And there were also very serious severe rights violations in the arts and culture field. I cannot list them all here at length, but they are in broad terms, in broad brushes, they are included in the policy document, these rights violations. So we had to tread on a very fragile, vulnerable basis. With the local elections, the geography of Turkey changed, and there were very severe obstacles that the municipalities had to fight against. There was the austerity measures circular that was published. There is the government-appointed trustee practices that are still continuing. There was the detentions and arrests of mayors and the municipality representatives for various reasons. So it was a very difficult period where the obstacles were actually increasing. So it's in such an atmosphere and environment, this project had to continue. So there's another point I want to raise. We keep saying Ortaklaşa, collaboration, cooperation, togetherness, but what sort of a cooperation it is actually detailed out in the text. You are talking about fair cooperation, which is emphasized throughout the text. So both on a conceptual level and also how it informs the field. I'm curious about that. Well, this text, this document, as other colleagues have talked about, the text is based on mechanisms but also on values. In national policies, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with local policies. Generally, in general, a democratic cultural policy or any public policy, when you're talking about any democratic public policy, you usually put emphasis on the mechanisms. The policymakers, the municipalities are employing certain terms of access, inclusivity, participation. These concepts are being employed, yes, and they are usually addressed as mechanisms. But actually, these are values, and they are centuries long rights-based, democracy-based human rights struggles, values. These struggles have given us these values. And fair cooperation, which is the fundamental concept of this text, we use that fair cooperation, that notion, that concept, because in cooperation processes involve asymmetrical relationships, dynamics, and we wanted to underline that, because when you say cooperation, people just think, yeah, you're cooperating, everyone has same power, same authority, but that's not the case at all. The relationships are extremely asymmetrical. So we wanted to underline that. So at the center of fair cooperation, we put three, again, values. I'm not calling, it's called concepts, but I'm calling them values. Access to cultural rights and access to culture, inclusivity and participation. When you look at it from this frame, of course, what we saw on the field are very variable. Different localities have different mechanisms. The corporations have different ways of being practiced. There are different methods of governance, all specific to the localities. But to put it very brief, because we have very limited time, I would like to point out a few things. Perhaps very fundamentally, there's a problem of trust between municipalities and NGOs for various reasons, perhaps for accumulated reasons. They do not much trust each other. This is also in the text, in the document. We carried out a number of surveys, so we used the results of those surveys in the document. So very often this has been addressed, this criticism has been expressed by the NGOs. They are saying that the municipalities are acting like cultural entrepreneurs. But that's not what the NGOs expect. NGOs want the municipalities to act as facilitators. And then there is the fact that the municipalities are actually nepotism has been a word that was expressed a lot. How municipalities seem to prefer to do work with certain NGOs but not the others, etc. On the other hand, when we look at the NGOs, it's the NGO of that locality, of course. So there are the power relationships at the local level. So it's not just the NGOs and the municipalities that are coming together or encountering each other, but there are various other actors that play into that relationship, that affect that relationship of power at the locality. So all these were results that we saw from both of them, the surveys and also the search conferences that we conducted. So I'm saying this in quotes, but when you have a weak municipality, perhaps due to economic reasons or perhaps other reasons, when you have a field where you have municipalities, weak municipalities, you may end up having stronger NGOs, which is again bringing another asymmetrical relationship. In terms of municipalities, let me say this as well. NGOs actually expressed more opinions and more criticisms about municipalities. I must note that. But on the part of the municipalities, this text is very valuable. I saw this outside at the entrance, this cultural policy documents, what we call cultural policy documents. These texts are very, extremely valuable because they're not about just any momentary collaborations. They go beyond that. They're future-oriented. These are cases where municipalities are making a commitment. They are assuming this responsibility before their citizens, saying, I will do this. So that actually draws a very solid, concrete framework, which is it inspires hope. So these concepts of participation, inclusivity, access, of course, they have been used so much that now they've been hollowed out. So because they've been used so much. But when you have this relationships of confidence that are established, because of course, everyone is inclusive, everyone is participative, etc., but that's not what happens in practice. As you already emphasized, yes, every city has their own particular power relationships and dynamics, and that has to be turned into fair relationships. As an academician who witnessed this entire process, in your observation, what were the strategies to overcome these different obstacles, different problems that you might have seen in different localities, in different places, because they all require different responses? That should be difficult. So what would you like to say about these strategies? What did Ortaklaşa do to overcome these problems? Well, the Ortaklaşa team, I don't think Ortaklaşa wasn't the one pursuing a certain roadmap. It was the field that brought out this roadmap, that created this roadmap. It was the experiences that came out of the field that determined the strategies. It was the field that was speaking up with the solutions to the various obstacles. And the İKSV Cultural Policies team only intervened as facilitators when demanded from the field, which is what should happen. This is how cooperations can be sustainable. The third parties could assume roles as facilitators, but that should be the limit of their role. When I look back from today, what those 13 projects did at the end of 3 years, all that knowledge, actions, etc., that took place on the field. When we look at them all, we can see that all this program was carried out in 4 main fields of activity. One of them was space, creating spaces. It's building spaces. That's how we named it in the text. So it's creating new spaces, or repurposing of existing spaces in line with the needs, etc. It was a huge field. It included a big field of activity, actually. Second field of actions carried out was event organizations. What we know from the field is that's the field where municipalities and NGOs cooperate, actually. They carry out collaborations to organize events. Third line was community building. That's what I was talking about earlier. People being happy to be seeing each other, like that happened this morning. And it's not just an hollowed out, empty happiness. In the background, it has these experiences, shared experience of creating together, thinking together. And it's not just their own single project, but being in relation with the other projects and being curious about the other projects and what happened in them. So when I took the bus here with all these other people, because we came together, it was actually these people were sharing their curiosities about each other as well. They were asking, so what happened? And what did you do after this and that? It was beautiful. So community building, it's not just something that happens between municipalities and NGOs. Throughout these 3 years, there were regional lines that were built. More region-based collaborations happened. these processes were started at least. So the fourth line was policy making. There was something that we paid attention to in the text. We are not addressing policy in the narrow sense. It's space building, community building, and event organization. All of them are intersected by policy making. Meanwhile, certain projects did actually produce concrete, tangible policy documents, which I just talked about. Of course, that has to be made sustainable. But I think the fact that these because these are commitments, these texts, the concrete texts that came out are like from municipality council decisions. They were accepted, recognized by the municipalities. So the fact that these came out, these commitments are now there in writing in the programs of the municipality is very important, because even if these municipalities change in the future, we have this precedence now. They can say, they can look back, the future administrations can look back and say, look, this was done before, we have this commitment, we have to do. So it can pave waves in the future as well. So there's, politics has these ways of thinking of what sort of societies we should be living in, etc. And then there's the policy making. So here, this imagination of the political imagination of what sort of society we should live in, and there's the policy making part of it, how to make it concrete. They have to come together, and as you said, yes, these administrations can change, protocols can change, but at least this will be in the public memory, in the institutional memory of these local administrations, governments, and they'll be able to look back and use them. Unfortunately, of course, it's the field of arts and culture is narrowing down. There's only event organizations mostly happening all around. But, okay, another issue I want to touch upon. Future steps on concrete recommendations, suggestions that you have. Of course, it's in the text, at the end of the text. So of course, it's a huge list. We can't all go over them all right now. But in very broad strokes, how, on local level, of course, what sort of tangible, concrete suggestions can be put forth, have been put forth by Ortaklaşa? Again, I want to emphasize the importance of the field, because it was the field who informed us. We didn't sit down and write suggestions at our desks. Especially the search conferences organized last year. During those conferences, there were expectations, needs, and demands that were identified on the ground by the actors of the field. So by hearing those voices, we put them into writing. It was their voices. I can't go into detail. I think we don't have time. But let me say that a part of these suggestions, recommendations, can be realized only through more national level changes, legislation changes. I forget the number of the law, but it doesn't matter. But there's a law about the municipalities, for example, the law on municipalities. Certain changes in the legislation of that law can actually pave the way for cooperations between municipalities and NGOs, private and public sectors. And these are things that can be done on the national level. But then we also had some suggestions about the local level as well. And because these are actually voices coming from the field, from the ground, they're from grassroots up, ground up. So the whole time I try to avoid, refrain from doing like rule-making suggestions. So they're not rule-making suggestions at all. They're opening the floor for certain possibilities. And it's keeping in mind that those possibilities may also change and may also be further developed during the relationships, during the cooperation between the municipalities and the NGOs. That's why I said it's an open text, open document. It can be further developed. As you said, they're many on the list of recommendations, but there are things that can be done immediately to facilitate this, these cooperations. For example, the municipalities can establish municipality, NGO, cooperation units. That's very simple. And these units can work in fundraising, project design, etc. This unit can play a facilitating role for the civil society in all these fields, in writing projects, in drafting different programs, etc. Again, within the municipalities, and these are examples of things that can be done right now, like immediately. Space allocation for NGOs. As you know, the funds are getting smaller and smaller, it's shrinking. So especially rights-based NGOs have a very difficult time with these limited funds. Now, many of them are closing down. We are seeing this every day. So the allocation of spaces for NGOs, this could be because NGOs have to declare their addresses, postal addresses. As per the law, it's an urgency that NGOs have, and it's a very simple way to solve this, for example. So if they allocate a space, the NGOs can give that address as a postal address and not be closed down, for example. Also empowering the civil society towards facilitating their partaking in the decision-making processes. Another thing, systematic involvement of culture and arts in policy making. The list goes on and on. I don't think we have the time. This document is really the story of a road trip and of an odyssey, I say. And this road has now come to an end. And it's not an easy path. It just doesn't go downhill or uphill. We came across various obstacles. It was forked. There were forks on this path. But in line with the dynamics of the locality, by using very different methods, these problems, these obstacles that we came across were tried to be solved. Of course, there were obstacles that could not be solved. That also happened. But if what we call a cooperation it's about being together, working together, or relationships that involve more than one people, of course, they will have obstacles and problems that are not completely resolved, but those situations were also put into the institutional memories to be of guidance in the future. By the way, we met at the search conference held in Konya, the two of us, and since then we have been meeting on various occasions such as these. Yes, we don't have much time, but as we have always been talking among ourselves as well, the institutional collaborations, yes, those are important. But at the same time, there is the fact that the individual, on the individual level, people not feeling alone when they're in a certain city, like the ease of an individual to be able to go knock on the door of the municipality and talk about whatever need or problem that person has. That's also important. In Turkey, of course, and this is one of the urgent things I would say that needs to be established, that this should be eased. So maybe one of the ways to do that could be increasing the role of the city councils, or maybe like you were saying, the NGO municipality cooperation units where the citizens of the cities can actually go knock on the door and talk about their problems. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this mind-opening presentation to both Mr. Erdem and Professor Dr. Füsun Üster. This framework about fair cultural cooperation is inspiring for the next steps of Ortaklaşa. Dear guests and dear viewers online, our next session is again, and it will be an exciting, interesting session, but you might be needing headphones. If so, please pick them up because it will be mostly in English. So the journey of Ortaklaşa has been reaching from local to the regional, and now it's reaching out from the regional to the international level. İKSV became a member of Culture Action Europe in 2024, which is one of the most important advocacy networks in Europe in the field of culture and arts lobbying. This network is working for the recognition of culture as a priority element of sustainable development and an inclusive, sustainable future. Now we are going to be hosting Natalie Giorgadze, who is the Culture Action Europe General Director, and she will be talking with Selen Akçıldı, the project coordinator of Ortaklaşa.
Herkese merhaba.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see dear friends, dear stakeholders here. The day that we initiated this project, we were dreaming about this very day, and I think we have finally reached that day. So once again, I would like to say welcome to everyone for being here. In this session, we will be discussing with the General Director of Culture Action Europe, dear Natalia Giorgadze. On behalf of all of us, I would like to tell her welcome, dear Natalie.
With pleasure. Thank you so much. It's really fantastic to be here today and share this moment with you all. I would like to make a brief introduction first for our participants and then move on with some specific questions about our partnership and our future plans. Güne çok hızlı başladık.
We started out today very rapidly. We discussed the 3 years of Ortaklaşa, and as dear Özlem announced to us that the project will be continuing in a second phase. As the Ortaklaşa team, we have been on the roads in the last 3 years, and we have discovered the different corners of Turkey. I'm very happy to see your faces. You are coming from Hopa, Adıyaman, from the province of Gaziantep to the island of Marmara. We've had the chance to work with you, the different professionals of culture and arts. You are people who are designing, planning, managing different culture initiatives. And this togetherness allowed us to understand your demands, your needs. We also witnessed your designs, your efforts. And when we speak about the second phase of Ortaklaşa, we will be designing new things on the basis of what you have expressed with us. The name of the section is International Cultural Cooperation. In this context, we will discuss how we can multiply these international cultural cooperations, and when seeking different paths of doing this, we all know that in the beginning of 2024, İKSV became a member of the Culture Action Europe, the most important, the largest cultural platform of Europe. So together with Culture Action Europe, we started to discuss how we can go forward. Yes, we have become a member of this wonderful initiative in 2024. Our first physical meeting happened in June 2024 in Torino. In Torino, they were organizing the Beyond 2025 activity. And Culture Action Europe as a network represents different actors from across Europe, different culture and arts institutions with different fields of expertise. We got together with them in Torino, with these wonderful people from across Europe. We discussed our joint problems, we discussed our joint challenges. We also focused on our commonalities. And when we were back from Torino, we really had a totally fresh perspective on cultural cooperation. In Torino, their theme was the following: bringing together different ideas to make visible a joint force. And their objective was to think about this multiplicity of ideas altogether. Now that we are a member of Culture Action Europe, our question is, how can we move together? How can we go forward? Now, we will have a great chat with Natalie. And to provide a background for this, Natalie, I want to share with you a number of observations. We think that we have certain needs to continue with international cultural cooperation. First of all, between Turkish and European culture and arts actors, we have to forge a stronger dialogue, and we have to make sure that we have a sustainable communication. We also should be working on new programs and new means for supporting cross-border cultural cooperation. We also should be creating more means and more channels for cultural mobility. And also we have to strengthen the solidarity and the mutual exchange of experiences between Turkish and European culture professionals. And in the light of all these observations, we are now exploring ways to develop concrete solutions. And I think we are formulating important solutions. I want to share with you, together with Natalie, a very interesting piece of news. So, in the second phase of Ortaklaşa, we will be joining forces with Culture Action Europe. And so Culture Action Europe will be one of our official partners in the second phase of Ortaklaşa. As Özlem has indicated, we are still working on the project document, but we will be working together this path with Culture Action Europe, of course, once again with the Marmara Municipalities Union.
Okay.
If you allow me, with Natalie, we want to discuss the paths of cooperation between
the exciting news about our partnership with everyone in the room, and we will be announcing the details and the opportunities this collaboration will create for cultural actors and municipalities in both Turkey and Europe at the official beginning of the project at the beginning of 2026. And Natalie, has long been working on EU cultural policies, the working conditions of artists, and the links between culture, sustainable development, and society at large. And as the General Director of Culture Action Europe, she plays a key role in shaping policy dialogue, advocacy, and community building across Europe's culture field. So that's precisely my first question. Will be, in your view, what could be the key drivers of our partnership between İKSV and Culture Action Europe? And specifically, how does this partnership fit within Culture Action Europe overall strategy?
Thank you. And before I answer this question, there was some hiccup, I think, with the following your flow and the translation flow. Just want to say how delighted and how humble we are also as Culture Action Europe to be part of this great initiative that we have been hearing about, not only today, but previously also with the exchanges with the İKSV colleagues, and we are really, really happy to be part of the second phase of Ortaklaşa. And as referred, our conference, our Beyond conference in 25 in Torino was very much probably aligned also with the title of Ortaklaşa. We called it Being Many, which is very much also about the idea of collaboration, of being able to create the spaces and create opportunities for many different views, for many different backgrounds, many different ideas to come together and to coexist. And it was mentioned also today a few times that it's not always easy, and I think we are all aware that it is not easy, and quite often it may feel that it's all chaotic and difficult, and we have a lot of emotions that comes with that. The power distribution is not fair, as the professor was mentioning, and this is part and parcel, I think, of all this idea of being able to move forward as a community in a democratic way, and very much also Culture Action Europe is based on this idea of cultural democracy, of not only participation and access to culture for the communities as they have access to go and see, but more importantly, to give the access to the communities, to the governance and to the shaping and to co-creation of the cultural initiatives, but importantly also cultural policies that affect directly their lives in present and also in the future. So for us, it's a real pleasure, really, and I feel, I mean, first of all, a lot of fun of those last 3 years, and we are very much looking forward to be part of this dances and singing for the 3 years to come. But jokes aside, it also feels like we are at home, because we are at home with people, cultural policy experts, that we understand what we are talking about, and it's not always the case in the spaces where we go, so it feels also very welcoming to be in a place where we can discuss cultural policies, and it doesn't feel very nerdy, if you like. But importantly also, because Culture Action Europe is the community that you have been referring to also for so many times today, a community of different actors coming from all across Europe, from different institutions, networks, associations, big players, big cultural players, small community-based community arts, socially engaged art initiatives. So really a diversity of a network that brings a lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise that can be always accessed quite easily as we are all working together as a network, with really also very much based on the concept of values, of openness, of resilience, of democracy, of autonomy within the sector, of freedom of artistic expression, things that we are very much based on as our network. That was not answer to your question though, but I will tell you how also that fits in the wider context of our strategy as Culture Action Europe, this collaboration, which is really very much central for us. Culture Action Europe has in recent years been developing also our strategy towards more decentralization and distribution of our activities, of our presence, but most importantly also of the way how we actively listen to what is happening at the different parts of the world, within different sectors, within culture. What are the challenges? What are the commonalities? What are the opportunities that we see where we can come together and advocate and lobby for arts and culture at different levels, from municipal to regional to national to European level, where we as Culture Action Europe are very actively involved, to shape cultural policies and to shape the future of cultural policies in a way that works for us, that works for the cultural sector, because quite often I think we forget that cultural policies are there to work for the cultural sector. It's not something that is there floating somewhere far away that we as a sector have nothing to do with it. It of course shapes our future, but also and policymakers should be very attentive, listening to what the sector has to say, but at the same time it's our duty as a sector to be engaged in those conversations. And I think this process also for Ortaklaşa for us is a very important way to be particularly also present here in the region, to understand also the processes from social, economic, political processes, and be here to learn and to replicate some of the lessons that are being learned, so that we are not all the time reinventing the wheel. I think that there is quite a bit of that happening, so I think we just need to be very focused and very strategic, especially in times when the resources are dwindling everywhere, and we really need to find the ways of synergizing and working together and really making our voices strong and joint and heard on all the levels. So for us it's again a real pleasure and honor really to be part of the second phase of Ortaklaşa, and we hope that our network, our access to European cultural sector will also facilitate this process of co-creation and co-learning together with your beautiful community as well.
Thank you. thanks to European Commission, we have these resources for 3 more years. And I think you are talking about the diversity of the profiles within the Culture Action Europe network, and we witnessed that. So it is very exciting to dream about this potential collaborations between Turkish culture and arts actors and European ones. And in the second phase of Ortaklaşa, we aim to bring the local connections built in Turkey to the European level. And we are thinking about very creative ways of doing it. So, but we will give the news, soon. Some surprises. So my second question, from your perspective, how can this partnership contribute to shaping a shared vision of the future of cultural policies and strengthen a model of cultural cooperation between Europe and Turkey, grounded in solidarity and mutual trust? And what kind of opportunities do you see here in this partnership?
Yes, it's such an interesting question, and also I think that requires also to see what is happening within the European Union at the same time as well, there is a need. And maybe colleagues from the EU will agree or disagree with that. EU is very much, or European Union is very much also trying to find the ways of reinvent or be more relevant and more relevantly connected to the rest of the world, and especially to the neighboring territories, and how to make it in a way that we are creating this fair and equal exchange with the colleagues across the border, people-to-people exchange when we are talking about the external relations of the EU, and how we can actually learn from you and from also other countries, like the country that I come myself originally from, which is the neighboring country of Turkey, from Georgia. Very much we see commonalities also within the region, and I think there is also a lot of learning that can be brought to the European Union through all the struggles that we're going through and through all the difficulties, but also at the same time this feeling of heart, or the dream. You started this project with dreaming about it, and I think this is really, really important also to highlight the fact that we should not stop dreaming, but we also should be very kind of realistically rooted also in the circumstances where we are in. And there is a lot of learning that European Union or the colleagues, cultural colleagues within different member states of the European Union are actually rather hungry or willing to learn also from the countries outside of the Union. And I think for us that's a really where we see this collaboration can be interesting from both sides, how we can collaborate and synergize and exchange and support each other. Again, I think there is a lot of dimension related to being together, being many, being in collaboration, and that's why we called it Ortaklaşa, I guess.
Exactly. Thank you, Natalie. We are looking forward to the next steps of our partnership.
So are we.
And thank you for this inspiring conversation.
Thank you very much.
Herkese dikkati için çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. We hope that we will have the chance to, share with you the following steps of Ortaklaşa. Please make sure that you follow up the upcoming updates concerning the next stage of Ortaklaşa.
We thank Natalie and Selam very much for the perspective they have presented, how Ortaklaşa, its idea of dialogue and collaboration at the local level will be translated into the international level. Hearing this has been very inspiring and hopeful for us as well. Dear guests, we're going to have a short break now, a coffee break. No, we're going to have lunch break. So on the banks of the Bosphorus, hopefully we'll have a few conversations as well. Right after lunch, we're going to have Ortaklaşa Presents sessions. They're very exciting sessions. I really highly recommend them. They're from four corners of Turkey. There'll be the 12 different stories that have been written in all these different parts of Turkey that will be presented to us on the stage. I know it's a very intensive program, but please try to keep up. See you all in 1 hour.
değerli konuklar, sevgili
Dear guests, dear YouTube followers, welcome back to our program. After this pleasant lunch break, I am sure that you are full of energy, and we will be, continuing with sessions which will be even more energetic. Of course, we will be hearing about all the labor that has been expended throughout these 3 years. And this is precisely the moment that I personally was waiting for. So we are going to be kickstarting the Ortaklaşa Presents session. Under the roof of Ortaklaşa, 13 different projects were organized, and now in 2 different sessions we will be hearing from the representatives of these projects. First, we will be hearing from 6 project representatives, and then in the second session we will be hearing from the remaining 7. So the rhythm of the sessions will be very high. All the representatives will be sharing their ideas with you through quite rhythmic presentations, and of course, throughout this process, we received the great support of the architect, Dr. Cenk Dereli, during the preparation of these presentations. Now we will be listening from Mazlum Mengüç, Beril Sarıaltun, Ezgi Yalınalp, Cenkhan Aksoy, Alp Arısoy, and İbrahim Müslümani. Welcome, dear friends. Welcome back. Well, as I have just confessed, this is the moment that I was waiting for precisely. I know, very small aspects of these projects, so I am looking forward to your presentations. We will start with dear Mazlum Mengüç. Are we ready? Distinguished participants, welcome to our event. In 2017, we had established our association in reference to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. We wanted to carry out different activities in the field of culture and arts. Having said this, I want to share with you what we have achieved in our current project, so what we did in this context. The project idea was formulated after the February 2023 earthquake. During those very acute interventions, during the emergencies, of course, we went to Adıyaman frequently, and we established a quite organic bond with the Kömür district municipality of Adıyaman. So with the Kömür district, we wanted to work on a specific project. We wanted to create something like a culture and arts center in Kömür, because Kömür district is at a distance of 15 minutes, let's say, to Adıyaman city center. Right after the earthquake, their population was tripled with people escaping from the earthquake. So obviously there was an acute increase in their requirements. So this created a social pressure on the Kömür district. And in the district, there wasn't even a playground for children. And we were there for constructing an arts and culture center. Imagine that. So when creating that arts and culture center, of course, we wanted to transform the existing inertia, but we first of all saw that this existing structure was riddled with problems, and we decided to transform our project from the beginning. So we had to reformulate from scratch the entire project. And we shared this idea with the dear leaders of İKSV. They supported us. They gave us 2 more additional months. And with the local stakeholders, we joined our forces to overcome these challenges. With İKSV, with the İKSV team, we also worked with DTSO, which was one of the most important stakeholders of this project. So altogether, we decided to establish the Kömür Culture and Arts Center. This is just one dimension of the initiative. After the initiation of the construction, well, we are basically music professionals who have decades of musical practice in Diyarbakır, and we also had contacts with the Ahmet Urban Theater. So in that previous period, Kömür district had always been one of our natural stakeholders. So altogether, we planned different activities, music workshops, drama workshops. And throughout 4 months, so weeks and weeks on end, we were constantly in Adıyaman and Diyarbakır, and under the scope of the project, we got together, or we touched on the lives of, let's say, 200 children. We organized simultaneous workshops in Diyarbakır, creativity workshops on 4 different themes, and with the association's professionals, we jointly designed and then implemented these projects. At the end of these 4 months in Adıyaman, I think we really did something for the very first time. Actually, we achieved lots of firsts in this sense. One thing that really made this project very significant for us, so this was a chance for us to translate the idea of Ortaklaşa jointly, collectively, into concrete action. We brought together the public sector and the private initiatives, and bringing together these different social groups, we were able to construct the Kültür Culture and Arts Center. We started to organize the workshops, and we organized the very first Children and Youth Arts and Culture Festival of Adıyaman, during which we had 2 full days of activities. There were, visual performances, different workshops in this very first Children and Youth Festival. So it was a very rich program, and after the end of 2 days, we had the chance to get together with more than 1,000 children and youth. This festival showed us something very interesting. As I have just tried to explain a couple of seconds ago, I'm speaking about a region where there wasn't even a single playground for children. We opted for bringing together children and youth in Arts and Culture Center. And children and youth are going there almost every single day. They are participating in different activities. So we ended the project a couple of years ago, but the sustainability of the Culture and Arts Center is also very important for us. So we are continuing to organize different workshops, different activities. We are hosting different arts institutions at the Culture Center. We are also mobilizing different national and international organizations which are organizing different activities and workshops at the Kültür Center. They, for example, performed in concert, they staged plays, etc. Maybe I can seize this occasion to once again make this announcement. We don't consider the Kültür Cultural Center as a space unique for our association, nor for the municipality. We really want to host all CSOs, NGOs. This is a message that we have repeated again and again in Adıyaman. So we are inviting all CSOs, all initiatives to organize different workshops, different events at the center. We are always ready to, provide our spaces to you. We have a 100-strong theater auditorium. We have a 500 square meter garden where different activities can be organized. So you are all welcome to organize your events, your workshops at our Kültür Arts and Culture Center. So you are all invited. And I also would like to invite you to the 2nd edition of the Adıyaman Children and Youth Festival, which will be organized in 2026. Thank you. Thank you very much for your great efforts, and thank you very much for this nice presentation. Now we continue with dear Beril Sarıaltın. If you are ready, we can start. Dear Beril, I am ready. Hello. Today, I want to share with you my story, and I kindly ask you not to forget the spaces that I will be mentioning. I have different hats as a musician. On this photo, I am 20 years old. It's with Kardeş Türküler that I stepped onto the scene performing live, but I am also responsible for musical organizations, and so I think you know about the Unkapanı Bazaar, let's say, where different music management companies are active. I started to establish connection there at the age of 24. I had the chance to encounter different musicians and artists in Unkapanı. Another important space that I want to mention, this is my 3rd and final phase. the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality's Gazhane has been my final stop. Actually, as a music and culture professional, I've had the chance to work on different projects across Istanbul. What is the common denominator of all of these initiatives? Crescendo. Crescendo, in the last 4 years, has engaged in different studies and different projects around the theme of musical exploration. And through Crescendo, we've had the chance to establish lots of partnerships with important artists. What do you think is the common denominator of different spaces? Some of these spaces are being shut down. These are places where we have performed live, where we have performed different dramas. Such culture spaces have existed since ancient times, right? Think about ancient amphitheaters, churches. Well, we call these spaces bringing us together. We are exploring the relationship between space and culture around this project. There was one condition imposed on us by the Ortaklaşa project. They asked us to establish a connection with local municipalities, and we had the chance to work with the Ataşehir, Maltepe, and Şişli district municipalities of Istanbul. And our only stakeholders weren't the district municipalities. We also worked with Roof Co-Living. This is a studio which is designing different spaces where people can get together. They are a very young initiative. So Ortaklaşa allowed us to get together with CEOs, CSOs that we hadn't had the chance to work before. What kind of partnerships did we forge? And now I want to speak about our partners, Pingoin and Youth for Good. Pingoin is working on sustainability. They are basically marking, identifying sustainable spaces, whereas Youth for Good is carrying out different activities for the youth. With all of these stakeholders, we try to develop a highly diverse project. What did we do? The main problem of the project was the following. In the last 5 years, we focused on different cultural activities across these 3 district municipalities. We visited the spaces, we organized workshops, and with the guidebook that you see in my hand, we organized different field activities. But the most important issue was bringing together spaces and bringing together people. Well, we brought together people who weren't speaking to each other. We brought together those who didn't want to get together. So with our great sponsors, we really created spaces resembling bringing together people. We started out with questions. We asked questions, and there were 4 important criteria which were very important for us, also mentioned in this guidebook. These 4 criteria really guided us in the design of these spaces. Memory, belonging, openness, diversity. And we developed different instruments around these 4 criteria, as you see here on the screen. We basically wanted to design a culture, just like designing a city. We wanted to go towards a form of culture which urged us to respond and ask different questions. And we produced different exercises which can be used by everyone. Furthermore, we also try to create their reflections in space. In Ataşehir, we designed a new cultural space. You can see its details in the guidebook. We also formulated different program suggestions, so different activities which can be organized in different spaces. A concrete example, on the left hand, we have designed an example, and this is something which was translated into practice at a festival organized by the Ataşehir District Municipality. Now, these have become permanent fixtures in different parks, children's parks, across the district of Ataşehir. Basically, we had the chance to go from theory to practice, from guidebook to parks. And this is also an example of what we have done. So we have 11 instruments which allow us to make the best of different spaces. This is a space evaluation matrix, let's say. This is something that we have developed ourselves, and I think you can also use this matrix to evaluate your spaces. Obviously, we didn't limit ourselves only to evaluation. We like doing things which are much more concrete. In Maltepe and in Ataşehir, we organize concerts, workshops, chats. We brought together the denizens of the neighborhood, and we were all together with everyone. On the 7th of September in Maltepe, on the 14th of September in Ataşehir, we organized the festivals. On the right-hand side, you see a small linden tree. Actually, Ataşehir is very famous for its linden trees, something that we discovered on the field. So on the 14th of September, we established small stations of memory where people had the chance to share their memories or thoughts about linden trees. So once again, these 11 instruments that I just mentioned, these are things that you can download, by the way. They are accessible on the web. We want to make sure that everyone uses these instruments. We want to use them together to make sure that you can also share your evaluations with us. So I have said 3 municipalities, Ataşehir, Maltepe, Şişli. We carried out different field studies. Our intention was going beyond our festivals, going beyond our activities to reach out the other localities of Istanbul and Turkey. We want to make sure that different municipalities also make use of these instruments. So I also kindly ask you to follow our partners Crescendo and Roof Co-Living. So starting from tomorrow, we have a festival. If you happen to visit crescendobiz.com, you can get further information about our festival and also about the guidebook that I wanted to share with you. It was a pleasure being here with you today. Thank you.
Beril'e çok teşekkür.
Thank you very much, Beril. Now we have Ezgi Yalınay. Hello, welcome everyone. Çekirdek Eskişehir project is the one I'm going to be talking about. It's a project, where did we come out of? Let me first talk about that. The project came out of a very fundamental need. The consumers and producers of arts and culture needed an accessible space. And we are actually organizing this festival without obstacles. And as we organized these festivals, we saw the absence and need for such accessible venues. And actually we also had experience in carrying out rights advocacy works during these festivals. So through these, we actually defined how an accessible venue should be. But that's not our only focus. Since the foundation of Puruli Culture and Arts Association, venue is something that has been on our focus. In the Batı Cinema Hall, for example, we had written a project about that. In Manchester, we had a visit to spaces, ready spaces, but this film festival without obstacles, without handicaps. In frame of our work around that, and when we came across Ortaklaşa, we thought we could do something on those lines. And Urban Co became a stakeholder, a collaborator as well. You can see these spaces, like one of them used to be a restaurant. When the municipality decided to allocate this space for us, we decided to turn it into a meeting space for producers of arts and culture. That's how we designed it in our project and placed it in the center of our project. Here you can see the project team. Natalie and Özlem had said this great thing. This is a chaotic and emotional process. Yes, that is true. And throughout this process, these people that we were eating and breathing and everything together, and there were times we cried together and laughed together. So these are the members of that team. This process had many actors. We engaged the different parts of the municipality, not only the culture unit, but the zoning unit and the planning unit, etc. We got them engaged in the project throughout this process when there was this intense dialogue among us. In the heart of the project was the arts and culture producers of Eskişehir, which you can see here on the screen, such as Biden Arts, Eldam Art, Pavyon Art. These were people who were producing arts and culture in Eskişehir. So we heard their needs out and their desires and demands and tried to meet them. Other people, other organizations we involved in the project were, for example, NGOs or institutions from Istanbul. We invited them, such as Ulaş is also here now, we invited them to Eskişehir and heard them out over there as well. And then we also had experience sharing visits to places like Daraj and Depo. We had visits to Europe as well, such as to Basetin Italy, Canso, Operatio Grand. We had the chance to hear about the obstacles that they encountered. We also had advisors throughout this process in terms of community creation. We had advisors because at the end of the day, our project is about community building. But management was another issue that we had to pay attention to. Thus, we received advices in that subject as well. This project has many outcomes. Of course, I cannot list them all here now, but we had an architectural design, we had a governance model, which is very important. Please check it out on our website, because municipalities, I think, have a lot to learn on that subject. Of course, since this is a community project, basically, we organized various events in the venue. For example, the mini festival was one of them. This was a project of encounters. The arts and culture producers in Eskişehir got the chance to meet with one another, people who didn't meet before, who didn't encounter each other before. Here are photographs from the closing ceremony, where we saw that the community had actually laid its ground. It was rooted now in that locality. Here the closing event was an event where both local and regional people organized their own events. Even though it was a closed event in itself, there was this Roma kid, for example, who approached us and said, and he was just a kid from the neighborhood, "Can I join you?" And of course, we were very delighted, and he did. After the end of the project, what did we do? We did a follow-up visit with Pogon. We carried out another work with them. Right now, the project has a new venue. I mean, we have a new venue in Ankara, in cooperation. Well, Ankara Metropolitan Municipality representatives are also here. We have another physical venue now, and the experience that we had in Eskişehir, Çekirdek, is now being used to inform our new place in Ankara. We're going to have visitors also from Europe, and well, in short, so these are our follow-up events and projects after our start in Eskişehir. Coming back to Çekirdek, the events are continuing in Çekirdek. Various events were organized. Independent artists came together. We hosted Daraj in Çekirdek as well, Anadolu Kültür, and we had various projects, exhibitions, and panels. Municipality employed one person. There's a story about that employment, actually. Gülşah asked the Eskişehir municipality, "What are you doing about cultural policy?" She asked. Upon that question, municipality decided to employ her, which is actually, I think that's a good thing, because now it shows that there's a mentality change in the Eskişehir municipality. I think that's what it shows in terms of cultural policies. I think they have realized the importance of these policies. I think I'm out of time. Thank you. We thank Ezgi very much. Now we have Cenkhan Aksoy. Hello. Daraj Collective this is a field in Izmir. It's an industrial zone, actually. It has heritage of that industrial zone. But it's idle now. It's an old neighborhood, but it's not being used. For the past 9 years, we've been living in that neighborhood, actually. And this year, with the Konak District Municipality, we signed a protocol. After that, there was this building that was restored by the municipality, on which we cooperate again with the municipality to carry out various organizations there. And there was this old neighborhood culture of solidarity and helping one another, which is already there. It was very interrelated dialogues were going on within that culture of solidarity. Let me put it this way: the fermentation, the meaning of fermentation, it was for us something abstract, because yes, there are these interlinked textures, relationships, dialogues within the neighborhood, but all together they were transforming these processes and creating new tastes and new textures in that neighborhood, which we addressed. We created 4 subjects. So first, the public exhibition spaces, how we could exhibit things in a public area. We had 6 such exhibitions. The second one was the kitchen, which actually has an emotional story, which became even more emotional as we worked with it. There was a 6-month-long construction process around that kitchen. There was the neighborhood people, the workers, the 50, 60 people from the neighborhood came together and worked to turn the space into a kitchen of 60 square meters. At the same time, there were pop-up events, etc. Like multidisciplinary events were organized within the space. Then in relation with that, this is a picture from one of the exhibitions during the construction phase. Then the third stage was using a part of the municipality space to actually better use it, let me say. Again, working on the idea, the word of fermentation, where we included 30 young artists who became part of this fermentation process. No, I'm talking about 5 or 6 months of fermentation process. New works were exhibited there again. We did a wordplay, we called it Como from Konak Municipality, Como, and then use of open and closed spaces and how the audiences and the professionals can access it and how there can be more of a traffic in terms of audiences. We worked on these and now actually it's giving fruit because more and more people are visiting these spaces. The public spaces used for exhibitions that I was talking about in the beginning, this is one of them. There are pressing techniques, high techniques of pressing, etc. We set up a small workshop on that with a professor from the Anatolia University and from the Economy University and from the Kuzey University, all these universities in Izmir. So this is the street where the kitchen is. So new initiatives and collectives founded in Izmir joined us. It was like a sticker making event, we could summarize it that way. As third phase was going on, as such, we kept thinking about exhibitions and how to exhibit things. And again, we were working with our colleagues in universities, with architect colleagues who came to visit the neighborhood. We also had international guests who came to visit Switzerland, UK, Greece, and other European countries. Sent representatives to the neighborhood, so the kitchen, where we had meetings together, presentations together. Again, here we had a group from the Netherlands who came to visit, and we had this event that was mostly on the more marginal cultures, the subcultures as they call it. So we were practicing the uses of closed, like indoor spaces and outdoor spaces. Again, as I said, it's an old industrial zone neighborhood, basically. So there are all these different practices that are conventional practices of the neighborhood. That there are these engine houses and repair houses, etc. So we always kept those in mind so that we would not interfere with their daily routines or works. Again, we had exchange programs with other groups in Greece. And again, we use multidisciplinary methods, hosting these colleagues from abroad as we exhibited their works on the walls of the neighborhood. At this point, we had entered the 10th year of Daraj, and yes, there were dialogues on the international and national levels. We were visiting places and people were visiting us, and we wanted to put this all together, compile them in a book, which we actually were thinking of doing that on its 8th year. We're thinking Daraj Olympics or something, but that didn't happen. In our 10th year, finally, with the support of our Ortaklaşa, we got to do it. The books actually came here today, which is the first time we're actually seeing their physical copies as well. And next year, tomorrow, we're going to have the launch of this book. We would like to invite you all to Izmir tomorrow for a launch. So with Ortaklaşa's support and the support of other organizations, NGOs, and stakeholders through the dialogue that we have had with them, the use of the Konak Modern, the use of the printing workshop, and the public space, of course, their use as well. All of these, we're trying to pull all these into to become a part of the neighborhood itself. There's the kitchen, yes, you cook there, but also holding discussions there, meetings there. So we keep doing this and we keep inviting people over. And so again, I'm seizing this opportunity to invite you all to our neighborhood to please join us in all these events. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Cenkan. Now we continue with dear Alp Arısoy. Hello. Let me start from the district of Merzifon. Merzifon is the marketplace of a very large countryside hinterland. When we speak about a marketplace, we also speak about cultural hubs, right? Since the beginning, we have spoken about the healing power of culture. Merzifon, in Merzifon, we consider culture to be a very important resource. Of course, over the centuries, Merzifon gave birth to very important artists, but in Merzifon we didn't really have an association, a CSO, so we decided to create a space. This is the abandoned electrical power plant of Merzifon. And 10 years ago we started to think whether we can transform this abandoned power plant into a culture center. First of all, we invited our friends from Sinop who had created a similar space, and then we started to cultivate a dream, let's say. But back then we didn't really have we didn't have any resources to realize this project until we met with people from Ortaklaşa. And we decided to create a new, not cultural center, but a culture network. We called it the Motorhane Culture Network because we wanted to emphasize the effort for building a community, not for renovating the building, which was relatively more simple. What's really important was, as I have said, bringing together people around that community. First of all, a small group of dreamers got together, and they started to ask, how we can use the space for producing different cultural activities in Motorhane. And this small team started to work on this project. First of all, we tried to mobilize our own civic resources, let's say. We got together with different groups, different teams, and with the support of the Merzifon municipality, we started to grow our landscape. We included the university, we included the Chamber of Commerce, local foundations. We got together with university students, and as far as we could, we tried to clean one part of the space and we tried to transform it into a usable area with very small interventions. And working around our common problems, we started to build our community. As I have said, the transformation of the space was just a result, and community building was the real motivation. We organized 2 or 3 activities per week, especially starting from May. And all of these activities created an interface for our interaction. So once again, activities were also an instrument. Film screenings were an important instrument. We invited film directors who got together with the locals of Merzifon. Film directors discussed about their films with the locals. And we also invited those who wanted to organize workshops. We also invited, music groups who wanted to prepare for their concerts. We also invited artists who wanted to engage in different artistic activities. So suddenly Motorhane became a very active space, home to different activities, different workshops. Of course, we also wanted to engage artists as well. So we invited different artists, but the artists that we invited were asked not to use the space to exhibit their works, but rather join forces with the local artists to produce arts projects for a specific for the locality, for the space. And many artists created, together with the community, different works of art for Motorhane, for our space. And once again, art acted as an interface for that interaction. One local artist from Merzifon joined forces with a performance artist all the way from Colombia, and on the right you see an Istanbul street artist's installation in Merzifon. So we really tried to create different doors, different channels for different artists from different backgrounds. As for the space, our interventions were very modest. First of all, we tried to define it as a public space. We placed lighting, neon lights, to show that this is a public space belonging to everyone. So through very modest space interventions, we tried to build up a certain excitement to turn the space into a community center. Of course, İKSV's support was vital in this process because they really gave us legitimacy. So their support was beyond financial support. They really allowed us to access different networks. Yes, we were building a community, but this community also had contacts with national and even international communities. And the municipality, of course, was vital. Even organizing, even a concert can be forbidden, right, in Turkey. So we are really facing important obstacles. So when the municipality supports a civil organization, obviously we can create a much larger impact through much more modest resources. And the municipality still continues to support us. While setting out from this point, we are now receiving different project applications. We also filed applications. We have received rather applications for different international festivals, and we invited lots of international artists to our space. Basically, in Motorhane, we wanted to spark a light, and hoping that people would get together around that light, around that fire. And I think we have achieved this. We have opinion leaders, we have artists, we have community leaders who are now part of our common dream. So around this campfire, around this light, we are bringing together lots of different people, and now gradually we are transforming the building as well. Especially the local shopkeepers, the local entrepreneurs are supporting us in transforming this derelict building. And for example, we want to build a children's library, we want to open the doors of a large expo center, and we want to make sure that this becomes the production space that is so required in Merzifon. So a space for artistic production and also spatial production. And what we need in this context is not only financial resources, but also collaboration networks. Because in our locality, we don't only need great artists, great entrepreneurs, because we have them. We rather need large networks, and we want to join forces with you. We want to pen projects with you, and we are very curious about what we can do all together. I hope that we will continue to support each other going forward through such regional networks. Thank you.
We thank you very much, and now it's İbrahim Müslümani. So here I am playing the instrument. When I was in Halep as a young, like a child artist, I was very talented, and I was always looking for a place to express myself, because a talented kid looks for different groups to express himself, which I also saw. But unfortunately, after the Syrian war, after the revolution, the war had a huge effect on us. I became a refugee. I came to Antep in 2012. My concern was still the same thing. I wanted to exist within the field of arts and culture. I was looking for ways to continue what I wanted to do. So Antep is a very different city with a rich culture and tradition. We needed to take a breath to be able to do different things that we want to do. Thus, we established the Nefes Breath Foundation for Arts and Culture, where people from different disciplines of art can come together, both on a national and international scale, and create a network. That was our need. And of course, we received different Space for Culture, Goethe Institute, the EU, etc. We received fundings from these organizations, and we carried out these small works. Here you can see the 10-year-old boy singing, and you ask yourself, will this kid become an artist? In order to do that, can he have an academic and independent conservatory? With these questions, we carried out small studies, small works, small workshops as well. We worked on different languages, and slowly the effect of our project began to spread. And then we asked, what do we need? There is the municipality in Antep, the metropolitan municipality. As you can see now here, there are these spaces, quite huge spaces, and we're wondering how we can use it. And then Ortaklaşa time came. And in 2018, when I was getting training as a cultural management, when I was in the audience getting the training, now here I am making this speech. With the Gaziantep municipality, we created this Gaziantep art space, which came from a need for an actual space in Antep. We had 120 students receiving training in 9 different disciplines and 15 different courses and 9 master classes and workshops. The aim was to these music students here you see, it was so that they can receive this training in music and also learn how they can be cultural managers, because it's not a good thing to be alone. You need connections with more and more organizations and to be able to build connections with those different organizations, and for that you need cultural management. So here you can also see another master class. Here there is the apprentice and the master. There is this very important painter working together with a very talented young artist. In this picture we see something very important thing. It's bilinguality was something we worked on a lot in this project. The social harmony was one of our aims. We never used the word refugee in the project. We always said residents of Antep. We removed the emphasis from the notion of refugee. Yehura here, this is the old Jewish neighborhood in Antep, old Antep, and it's been closed for 45 years. For the first time, it was open for arts and culture. For the first time on the stage, there is a concert. Here we have an artist that we invited from Spain, for example, Indonesia. And cultural policy, how did we affect the cultural policy? Here we invited professors to Antep so that we could again work with the city council in Antep and try to draw a bigger share for culture in the municipal budget. Here this photo is also beautiful. 67% of our participation is women in our project. So our project also turned into something about the empowerment of women in arts and culture. Here you can see various figures. Somebody said, yes, you write a great project, but it's in Arabic. And they asked us why. But we created a huge effect in the social media, and actually we saw that the hatred against refugees actually diminished when we used arts and culture. Here, how we will translate all this into future strategies, future plans, how we can use this for the students in arts. We need to do different things. Yes, of course, we have the conservatory, there is the Culture Unlimited from the Netherlands, and various other organizations from different parts of Europe. And there's the King's College UK that are among the organizations where we seek possibilities of collaboration and support. So new beginnings. There's Berlin, Granada, Marsilia, and various other cities in Europe, and Antep. We want to collaborate in order to create an orchestra. We want to create an international Antep platform for arts and culture. So for this orchestra and for these projects, we will be expecting your support. Again, it's so great that you guys are here, and we're not alone. We thank you so very much. So I told you it would be great. In such a short time, they gave a summary of everything they did, and your performance even on stage was great. I'm sure it was an extremely short time to fit everything in that you did in the 3 hours in just 5-10 minutes. Now we're gonna have a 15-minute coffee break, but I really want another big round of applause for our friends here. Can we take a photo, please?
Welcome back. Welcome back to the hall. And hello, of course, to those who are watching us via YouTube. So we have all listened to 6 stories. So how individual experiences can trigger much larger transformations. Now we will be listening to 6 other stories, 6 other projects realized by
I'm basically giving this speech, this presentation, in name of those 6 women and 600 children who have struggled against all odds and sustained their lives. Our story started in Adıyaman. Actually, we were an Istanbul-based organization, but after the earthquake, we built a playground in Adıyaman together with the municipality, and the children called it the Park of Life. And the children were telling each other what they were thinking about as they told what they were imagining, about what they were dreaming about. And the municipality and I, we heard them, and we're like, why don't we turn this into reality? And from a single playground, this project spread across the city. In collaboration with the municipality, we applied to Ortaklaşa and began working. And of course, Justice in Space and Anamed associations also became partners with us, and the cultural unit of the municipality also shared in our dreams, and we all worked together trying to explore what we can do in Adıyaman. Of course, after Adıyaman is one of the cities that were most affected by the earthquake of 6 February. So it's very difficult to do such projects with such limitations in cities that have been devastated by the earthquake. But the municipality opened its doors to us, and the other NGOs there also helped us. Artists from Istanbul shared their practices with the children, and they volunteered to produce with the children, and all together with solidarity we came together with the children and on Adıyaman, on the nature of Adıyaman, from its public transportation to its nature to its cultural heritage, were ideas that we all came together and thought about. And with the children we tried to and the children finally started seeing it as a place that can be reconstructed, rebuilt. At the end, we had the Parve Child and City Biennale. In the middle of Adıyaman, in the middle of all the destruction, we opened this as a culture center, and 543 children's works, productions on what they think about Adıyaman were exhibited in this Biennale and met with the audience. So the children actually told their ideas to the mayor of Adıyaman. They talked about their expectations of the Adıyaman of the future or the present day Adıyaman. They shared their ideas, they expressed their ideas to the mayor. So yes, we expressed our ideas, fine, but what happens? Did anything happen after children created all these ideas and expressed them? What happened? Actually, a lot happened. The cultural policy, it wasn't only about the cultural policies, that was also very important, it was a pillar of our project as well, but the director of parks and gardens personally visited our Biennale and explored the plant that the children were most interested in, and he actually said that from then on he would be conducting his works, his efforts around the things that were expressed by the children. Then the children said, well, actually we need other things as well. It's not just 543 children that we worked with, of course there are more children at Adıyaman, and they came to the exhibition, they also shared their ideas with us. And at the Biennale as well, we continued running the workshops, and all the visitors actually had the platform to voice their ideas, so it was layer built on layers. And then the children said, we have problems with public transportation. The buses run late and they actually stink. So then the Adıyaman municipality directed these demands to the Ministry of Transportation, and so the buses, these public transports, start to be cleansed more regularly, and so the children can actually travel now in safer and cleaner spaces. And then we realized Adıyaman is a very ancient city. It has been a host to many civilizations. Yes, we all know about the Nemrut, the mountain. The world over, it's known. The children were saying, ma'am, the Japanese know about Nemrut, but we don't know it. They had never gone there. So as part of our activities of the Biennale, we took the children to this the Nemrut mountain. They learned about the cultural texture of their own area, and for these children who were living in these container towns after the earthquake, who had been living there for 3 years, they saw how these centuries old structures were still there, still resisting all earthquakes and all sorts of different conditions that actually empowered them. And then we had concerts, the kids had orchestras, they were singing, they were able to be heard by their own friends. The Kömür Child's Chorus came, Adıyaman Municipality Child Chorus came, and together they all sang. And in a huge park area in Adıyaman, we held picnics, we danced, we sang together, and we found a place where we can again feel safe, where we can again have fun. And this is actually a huge achievement for a place that has suffered such an earthquake. We had huge bonds built with Adıyaman. It was incredible. Yes, we're an Istanbul-based organization, but we had these great bonds with Adıyaman, and we don't want to let go. We have another good news. We're going to organize the second Parge Syrian Child Biennale in 2027, and thanks to Ortaklaşa, the workshop space that we got to repair is going to be hosting a program, the City School program that was inspired by the Biennale actually, where we continue to produce with the children. The next Biennale and our current works all need your support also. We're calling on you all to come over to Adıyaman. Let's eat the best çiğ köfte of the world. Let's eat together, think together, talk together. Thank you. We thank Gizem very much. Now we have Fatma Sümeyye Karvanoğlu. Hello, my name is Sümeyye. I'm going to talk about the story of Sprouts of New Life. I'm quite excited. Okay, let's get started. Today, it's great to be with people that we have been working together these past 3 years, and also I'm seeing new faces, so that's also very exciting. It's a huge opportunity. So I first want to introduce ourselves. So who are we as the Hatay Academy Symphony Orchestra? We think Homo neurons actually helps us answer our own question. We want to tell our story, and we want to do it through music. So it's Antioch. That's the city that we are talking about. We always say that it's an ancient, very strong culture, but we ask, as the current Antioch residents, this strong culture, how much of that can we produce today? How much arts and culture can we produce today? How are we able? So in asking that question, so we try to create an alternative answer to that. As the only an independent orchestra of the city, we were founded in 2019, which the musicians, the conservatory graduates, music teachers came together and tried to express our search for meaning through music. Then we experienced the earthquakes of 6 February, which was a huge devastation, huge pain. We want to talk on behalf of the subjects of the city, the residents, the survivors. They try to create stories about healing. We can't, of course, talk about them, but we can tell you about our story. So when we're talking about what we can do as the Hatay Orchestra, we said the things that we want to remember and sustain regarding the city. We collected those things and tried to narrate them. Then we told ourselves, we want to do something about the children in the city. Not everything was linear and properly running during this project, actually, but we don't want to go chronologically, because during the process we learned a lot, we evolved a lot, but as you could see in the previous picture, they were happy children. And them enthusiastically singing on the stage. Like, these pictures were enabled through our cooperations with the KSV and the Defne municipality. We didn't do any of this by ourselves. what was our aim? We wanted our city to be healed. And one of the ways of healing is for the children of the city to be able to express their own story, the story of the city. And we organize these training programs about the sprouts of new life. What do we mean by that? To make it a bit more concrete, the 60 children affected by the earthquake were given quality musical trainings and education, both vocal and instrumental. And there were and we had masterclass workshops. The healing power of art was important for us, so we had the psychosocial support workshops for the children as well. So we're taking care of each other, trying to ensure a state of well-being for everyone who was partaking in the project. Then we wanted to essentially create space of encounters. In order to know if you want to do something or not, you first have to encounter it. So it was meaningful for us, for the children, to encounter music. Since the first year of the project, there are now children who have passed the exams for the state conservatories and who are actually now studying there. Then there was the exciting idea of children singing the songs of their ancient towns. So, and we think there are many stories the city has that can be told by the children. Another point, at the end of our training phase, we held a concert. Imagine there's this huge park, there's this stage, and the children are on that stage with a symphony orchestra, and they're singing these hymns of Hatay, Antioch, and they're meeting with 11,000 residents of Hatay the same night. So these are anecdotes from what the kids were saying that night. I was very excited getting up on the stage, but it was great. I won't do it again, one of them said. The other one said music is extremely valuable for me, etc. We asked them what they felt about music with one single word: special, free, valued, happy, excited. These were the children's responses to the question of what does music make you feel, which also, of course, motivated us a lot. Of course, we owe a lot of thanks to so many people. I wish I could tell everyone's name. But first of all, of course, İKS ve Ortaklaşa team, we thank them very much for their support. Defne Municipality for being our project partner, to all our teachers, to all these different organizations that partnered up with us. We thank you very much. Of course, with this power, we have been able to create something, but we want to create a whole forest of this. And to this end, we want to make an announcement here also for the financial sustainability of our program. We still need support, and the Hatay Orchestra members, in order to stay motivated, we need to be on the stage. Maybe perhaps together we can think about creating different solutions, alternatives to this end. I thank you very much for hearing us out. It is beautiful meeting you all. But I want to thank the children of Antioch.
Fatma'ya çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you, Fatma. Many thanks. This was a very emotional, very pleasant presentation. Let's continue with dear Sevilay Refika Kadıoğlu. Hello, everyone. So you are here since this morning, so thank you very much for being here in the first place. I'm going to be speaking to you about the Eastern Black Sea region of Turkey. Under the Ortaklaşa scheme, we ran two projects. So I will be mixing up these two projects during my presentation. Istanbul has a multicultural structure. And in Istanbul, we had the chance to bring together people from the Eastern Black Sea region. I am supposed to be its founder, but actually this initiative founded me. It transformed me. In Istanbul, we had first of all created a circle of dancers, horon dancers with a Black Sea background, and then we sat down and worked on the creation of a Black Sea Music Festival. So from 2006 to 2015, we organized wonderful music festivals in the Eastern Black Sea region. And we also shot a documentary about that festival. So the name of the festival was the Gola Culture and Arts Festival, and we basically decided to move that association, that festival, directly to the Eastern Black Sea region. And so we started to dance the horon, the traditional dance of the Black Sea people, right there in the locality. So we had made this transition from city to the countryside. So when I was about to give up the Gola project, Ortaklaşa stepped in, and of course they also joined forces with different local municipalities, the Ortahisar municipality, Hopa municipality. The district mayors really mobilized all their resources, and they had a great vision. Two of those wonderful mayors are still here. I see dear Ercan here. So the fruit heritage, the cultural fruit heritage of the Eastern Black Sea region was one of the most important focal points of our festival. And we had this concept called Demir Elma, the iron apple. And we designed a new festival around the iron apple image. We focused on gastronomy, the production of the artisanal production of local baskets. So we focused on, culinary traditions which are about to disappear. Our main theme was collaboration with the local. Basically, it was the locals who were organizing the festival. We were only the facilitators. That's what I can say on the behalf of our entire team. We used emblematic spaces. For example, we went for the Red Iron Bridge of Borçka. We worked with refugees coming from Mardin. They organized wonderful events, and we wanted to show that all of these spaces are ripe for their cultural activities. For example, we organized this great festival in the garden of an old mansion in the village of Maradit. It was so popular, so functional. 10 days ago, we organized the second edition of the Iron Apple Festival. We also brew filter coffee. It's very tasteful. So this fruit called the Iron Apple is a wonderful fruit. This is something that everyone loves. The Laz, the Georgians, the people of Hemşin adore this fruit and its coffee. So this is precisely the perspective adopted by Gola. In the district of Hopa, we organized the Marine Foods Festival, and in Trabzon, we organized the Urban Festival. So two other festivals in June and July 2025. The experience was great. First of all, the mayor of Hopa had told us, do we have marine foods? But then we discovered an incredible heritage of marine foods, seafoods, and we organized two editions. So Gola is trying to look at land from the sea. So we tried to understand the marine culture of two ancient port cities. This was the extension of our second project. And on the coastline, in the social centers or social spaces of municipality, we organized great events. We tried to transform these previously existing spaces into dynamic cultural spaces, because after the construction of the coastline highway, this was really a form of resistance to get back our coastline. So I also want to speak about Latife, our aunt, grandmother Latife, who prepared a wonderful fish soup. And then everyone listened to, the recipe of their grandmother Latife. She explained us, how much salt you should use, and the chefs noted those down. In Trabzon, we brought together a great poetry event where we listened to Trabzon poets speaking about their childhood. And so we once again had the chance to re-dynamize the culture of the millennial city of Trabzon. And this was organized in the garden of a historical public bathhouse. There we discussed hazelnuts. So in every spot, the locals chose the theme, the local fruit, the local element on which we were supposed to focus. For example, we had hazelnut merchants, hazelnut producers who got together, and the basket that you saw there was directly produced on the ground there. And I don't know if you know about the Faros district of Trabzon. So they want Faros is a Greek name, and they are still discussing whether they should replace it with a Turkish name, etc. So these are hotspots. And then, under the leadership of the community leader, we organized a wonderful festival in Faros, and of course dancing, horon. So dancing the horon, there's dancing right next to the sea. And our dance teams basically defied all established rules and danced the horon right next to the sea. And we also organized a workshop to formulate cultural policies. We use different spaces. For example, the Borçka municipality were telling us, well, we have this hall that we don't really use. We obviously cleaned up that place. We, claimed back that space and organized the workshop. The common characteristics of these workshops was, bringing together people from different backgrounds. So, herders, industrial workers, the teachers of the towns, and of course the prominent individuals of every village and town. For example, here in Hopa, we transformed the cafeteria into a workshop space. It was a great event, and then the Hopa municipality established similar spaces afterwards. And children, obviously. So everything that you see on that board gives you great responses about the questions of cultural policy. The children gave us wonderful responses about cultural policy. They really, showed us the way going forward. The common characteristic of the workshops, the moderators were chosen among people who did not know those local cities to make sure that information flew in a much more, fluent manner. And this entire process was obviously organized by the brain team, let's say, of the Gola. I am rather part of the artists team. Özlem Şendeniz was one of those people of the brain team of Gola. One of the most important results of this process was, of course, the publication, and she played a very important role in those publications. To get the geographical mark of the iron apple, we had found out only very short text. I'm sorry, there is a mix-up in the presentation here. So I have to tell you that we received 3 policy documents which were approved by the municipal assemblies. And let me tell you, getting those approved is very difficult because members of the municipal assembly don't want to see concepts like gender equality, multiculturality. So there was lots of heated debate in those municipal assemblies prior to the approval of the policy documents. So truly, my thanks go to the mayors. While I was speaking about the Iron Apple book, I think you have already picked up all the copies of the Iron Apple book, which was available outside in the foyer. Özlem Şendeniz, as I have said, edited this book. So dear Özlem, basically contributed to the reconstruction of the local identity. And once again, we took a glance at the story of 2 cities from the sea, which is the second city, Trabzon, Ortahisar town. And as if all of this wasn't enough, as if publishing 4 books in a single year wasn't enough, we also published a report. This was published by a nature studies, a nature exploration company. But dear Özlem once again got together with the mayors and tried to get their approval to enrich these documents with different articles coming from these districts. And as a result, this was a wonderful report concerning the Eastern Black Sea region. I think this will be a very important guidebook, not only for ourselves, not only for Eastern Black Sea municipalities, but the municipalities of the entire country. There's lots of interesting information in these reports about working with local municipalities, using arts as a very important instrument. And so we are always ready to share with you our experiences. Well, first of all, many thanks to my dear association, Gola, and many thanks, of course, to Ortaklaşa for facilitating our cooperation. The lady doesn't have a microphone, so we cannot hear her.
Bravo!
The pleasure of doing the horon together and meeting together at the common denominator and the common feeling. We experienced it once again. Thank you. And last year on this time, I was there as well. We were in Artvin and we were all together at the Iron Apple Festival, and we had done the horon dance there again. Even the snow could not stop us. We did the horon. I still cannot forget the days that we experienced those times. The food, the people, and the dances, and the folk songs we sang together. Yes, they didn't forget us either. They are with us today here. Welcome everyone, all the partners of Ortaklaşa, the representatives. I celebrate, I congratulate all the 13 projects and all the representatives of these collaborations. We saw the personal stories and the examples of collaborations in the stories that we have just heard. And we saw how arts and culture can actually build permanent bonds through these stories, through these means. It's not, however much we might be thanking them, congratulating, it's just not enough. It was beautiful. It's time for a short break. But please don't go anywhere, because after the break, the mayors will tell us how these beautiful ideas came into reality. As Refika was saying, none of it was easy. The mayors also had a great role to play in this. It was together that it could be realized. So after a 15-minute coffee break, we'll be back together. Thank you.
Tekrar hoş geldin.
Welcome back. We are in for yet another very pleasant session. And now, the final session of the day is titled Local Cultural Cooperation Across Turkey. Throughout the day, we listen to different stories coming from different cities. Obviously, behind all of these stories, there were different joint initiatives by CSOs and municipalities, and now we will be lending an ear to the mayors of those municipalities. The mayors will be speaking with us, how these projects were formulated, how these collaborations were possible. So now I would like to give the floor to the guests of the session, who are Mr. Abdurrahman Tuttare, the Mayor of Adıyaman, the Merzifonlu Mayor Alp Karga, as well as Ercan Orhan, the Mayor of Borçka. The moderators of the event are Cemil Arslan, the Secretary General of the Marmara Municipalities Union, and Özlem Ece, the Cultural Policies Studies Director of İKSV. Yes, distinguished mayors, welcome to our event. Today you were with us throughout the entire day. Mr. Tuttere, thank you. We already had wonderful chats during the sessions throughout the day. We also had very emotional moments, and this is the final session of this emotionally very charged activity. It's wonderful to have you. Together with dear Cemil, we will be moderating this event. Cemil, would you like to say anything at the outset? Thank you very much, dear Özlem. I also would like to greet our mayors. Of course, this is the final session of the day. As you know, mayors are considered to be accused until proven otherwise. So everyone criticizes the mayors. They receive lots of requests, and it's not always very clear what's going to happen to them in the next moment. Well, I'm not. I don't have a tie, so I didn't work as a mayor. But I did work in a municipality previously. Then I had suffered from an illness. When the doctor learned that I was working at the municipality, by the way, this is a very important doctor, which I will not be naming. He told me, "Dear Cemil, municipality, that's a line of work which is always marked by sorrow. So it's quite natural that you are suffering from this illness." But I have never suffered from any illness. I've never complained from any illness that I have suffered throughout this period. Of course, since this morning, we listened to prominent names such as Professor Füsun, someone who we truly admire. We also listened to the different stories of the great team of İKSV. By the way, the project facilitators shared with us their wonderful narratives, and now we will be once again discussing the same issues, this time from the perspective of the mayors. As defined in the law, municipalities are established to respond to the public needs of the society. Their responsibilities are numerous. So if you take a look at the famous Articles 14 and 15 of the law on municipality, the paragraphs go from A to R. They have tons and tons of responsibilities. But as Professor Füsun has indicated, we need to modify the law. Yes, maybe we will be needing further sub-paragraphs. As dear Özlem has indicated, we have amongst us Mr. Abdurrahman Tuttere, the mayor of Adıyaman, Mr. Alp Karga, the Merzifonlu mayor, as well as Mr. Ercan Orhan, the mayor of Borçka. So welcome, dear mayors, and once again I give the floor back to Özlem. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. And dear members of the public, thank you very much for being with us still at this late hour of the day. Dear mayors, first of all, I want to once again remind you of the framework of the Ortaklaşa project. We set out in this project so as to further strengthen local cultural cooperation. We wanted to bring together municipalities and CSOs working in the field of culture. We wanted to forge this cooperation. We wanted to encourage these two sides to think together, to develop projects together. And this is why we decided to name this project Ortaklaşa, jointly, collectively. And under the scope of this project, of course, we are very happy to have facilitated lots of cooperations. We were active across the four corners of Turkey, and we once again had the chance to re-establish a sense of trust among these different actors. Until date, we saw the emergence of different cooperations. We provided sub-grant support to 13 projects. Obviously, this wouldn't have been possible without the input of municipalities. We once again saw that, be it in Turkey, be it across Europe, the development of cultural policies can be possible only through the interventions and contributions of a local government. And obviously, artists and culture professionals are the major actors of these processes. We had the chance to listen to them until this hour. They shared with us inspirational stories when we set out on this journey, this was our condition for the CSOs. You have to cooperate with a municipality, at least one local government. You can also collaborate with other institutions. You can join forces with other stakeholders. And the CSOs have already explained that they brought together different CSOs, but our prerequisite was the involvement of a municipality, and 3 municipalities who were precisely involved in this project are now with us. So I will be asking a few questions concerning the experience of Ortaklaşa. So let me start out from the center, from the core of the Ortaklaşa journey that we embarked upon together. So I want to learn about your experiences, because you led very important projects. What happened during these different transformative projects? I will be, starting out in a free manner. Mr. Tutdere, the mayor of Adıyaman is of course a very important partner. You worked with the city detective, şehir detektifi. You worked with them in a period where your city was marked by earthquakes. You co-organized the Children Biennial with them. It was called the Pere Children and City Biennial. When working on Ortaklaşa, we had asked ourselves, as culture actors, how can we provide inspiration? How can we inspire hope in the locals who have lots of different needs? How can we encourage them to prioritize culture as well? As Gizem indicated, Adıyaman municipality provided a playground for the creation of a children's park, and it's the children who designed and conceptualized that park. It is now considered to be a space of healing, and I think it was a very important area for the earthquake-stricken people of Adıyaman. I know this is a very difficult question. I personally know, firsthand what you have done in Adıyaman. During the inauguration of the Kültür Culture Center, I was there. And one of the very first projects that we supported was precisely the inauguration, the establishment of the Kültür Culture Center. Kültür is a district of Adıyaman, and Kültür Mayor Hasan Talaş is also amongst us. Many representatives of the EU delegation were also there during that inauguration. This was an emotionally charged event, and we saw that the locals had a very strong feeling of trust in you. So how would you explain that process from your perspective? Of course, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to you and to all the participants. The last time I came to Istanbul was when the Istanbul police detained me, so thank you very much for inviting me rather to a very pleasant meeting. So today I'm here. And I'm very happy to be surrounded with our distinguished mayors, with great representatives of the culture and arts communities, and it's a wonderful opportunity for me to discuss these issues with you. Truly, thank you very much. When I received the invitation, I accepted it without any hesitation. So we also have here dear Hasari, so the district mayor of Kömür. We also have different representatives of the Adıyaman municipality, and we are very happy to be here. Of course, we suffered from the earthquake of the 6th of February 2023, and I'm the mayor of an earthquake-stricken city. As dear Cemil has indicated, as mayors, we are really facing important challenges. But the societies are also experiencing very important challenges. It's quite difficult to explain, translate into words what we are experiencing. We are trying to work under very difficult conditions. Unfortunately, during the earthquake, we lost thousands of citizens, and our infrastructure, our superstructure was devastated. Of course, earthquake didn't devastate only superstructure and infrastructure. It also wreaked havoc across our lives. Our moral worlds are also stricken by the earthquake. We have all lost our loved ones, women, children, and we are all traumatized, I think. So this trauma, overcoming this trauma, and making sure that our citizens reclaim back their lives require our involvement. Well, as local government and of course as the central government, we are all trying to play different roles. We are trying to improve the physical conditions of the city, and we are trying to encourage people to reconstruct their daily lives, including their internal worlds. And I think especially in this sense, we have to capture the healing power of culture and arts. So we wanted to bring together locals with culture and arts so that they can better overcome the trauma. And of course, you provided us a very valuable support in this sense. The city detectives, the Istanbul Foundation of Culture and Arts, and other CSOs during and after the earthquake really did an excellent job on the field. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to all those who have supported us throughout this period. Many thanks to all of our stakeholders, local and national. And after the earthquake, lots of CSOs truly supported our people. Many thanks to each and every one of you. I think you really gave a wonderful example of solidarity. The moment we stepped on the field, we were always surrounded by CSOs. One CSO provided food, another one provided medical support, another CSO, let's say, provided consolation to those people who had lost their loved ones, and city detectives encouraged children to rebuild their future. I think all of this is very meaningful, and I think we have to continue with that solidarity. Slowly, I'm seeing that CSOs are stepping back from the field. This isn't something that we really want to see. I want to make a call from the stage once again. So the things that we have to do aren't over in the field. So the trauma is still there. People are still impacted. So I think we have to continue with our solidarity. We have to knit an even more comprehensive, inclusive solidarity. That's what the people of Adıyaman and myself, the mayor of Adıyaman, want. I hope to see you with us going forward in other projects. Well, for what you have done, I want to really express the gratitude of the entire people of Adıyaman. Of course, another gratitude has to be expressed on behalf of the people of Kömür, where the Kömür mayor is sitting there. He doesn't have the chance to speak, so I will be speaking on behalf of him. Kömür is a town with a population of 5,000 people. Unfortunately, it was also devastated during the earthquake. And you have created a wonderful culture center in Kömür. First of all, we were hesitating. Personally, I wasn't really very sure whether that would materialize. But the moment we inaugurated that cultural center, I saw how the children were so motivated. I also saw you there. It was a great honor and pleasure for us, obviously. And now we are trying to leave behind the earthquake. And going forward, the children of the town, of the city, will be really forging a future based on hope. And so we were very happy to be able to establish this cultural center. And the children, the people of Kömür, are highly motivated. Many children and many members of the society will be receiving great psychological support, will be participating in different rehabilitation programs. So many thanks for that as well. In the center of the city, in downtown, we also had created a playground for children that we call the Hayat Park, the Park of Life. I was very much impressed by that playground because obviously it's surrounded by debris. There are holes everywhere. So amongst the ruins, inaugurating such a playground or a children's park was wonderful, and it has been a source of inspiration. This playground has truly been the source of fresh life for our children, and still our children are making use of that playground. And as a local government, we are very happy to see what's happening there. And I want to thank you once again for the support that you have provided in that context as well. We had also organized the Children's Biennale in our cultural center. Lots of children and youth participated in the Biennale. So I hope to see the continuation of such efforts. Of course, as municipalities, we are also trying to do our best, given our means, but we don't have the resources that you have. So joining forces with you, joining forces with civil society organizations really allows us to reach a whole new level. And obviously this also encourages our society, because when we do something, it's simply considered to be our responsibility, and when you do something, obviously things change. So your support is precious, and we hope to see the continuation of this wonderful support that we have enjoyed. Every intervention, every involvement in a city struck by an earthquake is precious, because you really put a smile on the faces of our people. So once again, let me extend my gratitude to all of you for what you have done. I don't want to take up too much of your time, because I also want to listen to the other mayors. In a second tour, maybe I can enter into further detail. But once again, my heartfelt thanks for what you have achieved. I hope that this session will be fruitful and very pleasant for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, speaking about Kömür, I have to mention the fact that the Children First Association from Diyarbakır really gave a wonderful example of solidarity between cities, bringing together Diyarbakır and Adıyaman. From Diyarbakır, we also had the Ahmet City Theatre and Ma Music, who came to Adıyaman. They joined forces with the Kömür District Municipality. All of this cooperation really excited us, because we were thinking, if we don't happen to establish successful cooperations, what would happen? We were worried, but we saw that there was this wonderful sense of solidarity amongst different cities. Dear Cemil, would you like to add anything? Well, for the mayor, I have a question. I want to remind something to the three mayors. The questions that I ask might require lengthy answers, but I have a responsibility, and we have to wrap up everything until 5 o'clock, so we have 40 minutes. So a small reminder. So, dear mayor, between central government and local government, I think there is a heated debate. When it comes to the definition of roles and responsibilities, the central government tends to favor itself, and the central government doesn't see the local government as an equal interlocutor, but rather as, a junior partner. But when we take a look at what's happening across the municipalities, civil societies have a similar stance towards municipalities, saying that, local municipalities don't see CSOs as equal partners, equal interlocutors. What's your take on this argument? Of course, as the mayor of Adıyaman, well, obviously you are going through a very special and complicated period, but let me put that aside. Earthquake is one challenge, and I know that's how you are trying to overcome this. But from a longer-term perspective, between the CSOs, between the civil society and mayors and municipalities, what kind of a healthy relationship we should foster? Because you have lots of experience at different levels of politics. What's your perspective from Ankara, Adıyaman, from Istanbul? What would be your dream for the future of Turkey?
Of course, there has to be a strong cooperation between the local governments and the civil society, because it's very important for the success of that city in general. We say we are governing our cities with a participatory and pluralistic approach. That's what we do in Adıyaman. Therefore, within this government model, everyone, the local leader, the NGO, the municipal council, everyone has to be involved. And we actually put this into practice. We have meetings with all these different actors. When they bring us projects, I personally sit down and listen to that project. This cooperation and strong collaboration actually eases our work as the mayors as well, because then there is a higher level of commitment to the projects that are supported by the NGOs. And in places where those ideas turn into reality on the ground, we get very positive results, because everyone sees a part of them in that work. And since everybody is committed and takes part in it, it becomes very successful. But of course, the political climate that we're in, I don't know if it really allows for that on the ground. Can all the local governments objectively enter into strong cooperations, if that's the question? I cannot exactly say yes. Unfortunately, of course, there's the ways of organization of the NGOs is also important. Everyone has a certain politics, a certain entity that people stand closer to. Let's say I'm the CHP municipality. If there might be an NGO in Adıyaman who doesn't want to cooperate with me because I'm the CHP, the Republican People's Party's elected mayor. We don't have any prejudices against anyone, but they themselves wonder, they ask themselves, if we work with this municipality, would we get the shoulder from somebody? If another party might be angry with us, etc. That Of course, in a democratic country, the local government should be keeping all channels of democracy open, and a strong cooperation should be enacted on the ground. Of course, that's what I would wish for also when we look at the European countries. We see that local governments are more effective both in terms of authority and power. They can act more independently from the central government. So if this happens in Turkey as well, that will make our work as the local governments easier, and it will pave the ground to do better works, more successful works in cooperation with the NGOs. I'm just hoping that in the near future, that's what we'll have. The situation will evolve towards that direction, and that the NGOs can also, because NGOs don't feel themselves safe either in terms of the law, and they're also confronted with various obstacles. So it's all of our hopes that everyone can do what they really want to do, realize their dreams on the ground, in the field, and work together with the local governments. That's my dream. God willing, our wishes will come true. Hopefully all our dreams will someday come true. Thank you very much. Now I want to talk to the Merzifon's mayor, Mr. Alp. You were collaborating with the Motorhane Culture Network in Merzifon. You collaborate with Kültür Vakfı and Urban.coop. Motorhane Culture Network is actually a story of transforming a power plant into a culture and arts center. I understand it's actually an old story. They talked about this before. They made plans to do this transformation, etc. And we thought back then it was one of the rare examples where the local government is participating with the civil society. So after, can we say, but it didn't come to fruition. But can we say that Ortaklaşa perhaps enabled it to come to fruition this time? I say, better late than never. Because I came to the office in 2014. Motorhane, it's an industrial heritage, a very important building, but unfortunately, due to the conditions of the time, it was not well taken care of at all. There was garbage trucks were stored there, etc. It wasn't used to its purpose. We wanted to restore it, etc., but we just could never get around to doing it. We just couldn't catch that trend. Ortaklaşa, in collaboration, the name is great, and of course all these other NGOs like Kültür and Urban Co. Together we adopted such an approach that suddenly everything we did started to have concrete results. Yes, previously we talked about this in various meetings, but we couldn't mobilize the urban dynamics before. But with Ortaklaşa, with the İKSV Sport, we were able to get everyone together around this one issue, and we were able to work together with the NGOs that we could not work with before, because as you said before, when something is done by the municipality, everyone has one view of it, but when it's done with the civil society, everyone is more committed to it. So if somebody were to come and say, everyone move away, I'm going to do it myself, I wouldn't actually accept that. What we're doing now is somebody is repairing the roof, somebody is doing the doors, somebody is doing something else. It's in collaboration completely. What I have been hearing since the morning, everybody is saying, it's like everyone wants to be happy in their village, in their town, wherever they might be living. There's this organizing, the structure of organizing among women, among youth. It's impossible not to appreciate. However, difficult circumstances might be in general about the goings on in the country, etc. But as local governments, we must know that developments will begin from the ground, from the grassroots, because the cities have these huge populations, etc. So we have to be constructing the development on a local level so that we can draw our populations that migrated to the cities. When we do that in the right way, the civil society can collaborate with you much easily. And when we put forward a tangible approach of collaboration, no one can say no to it. if you were to ask me how would you define a mayor in their third term, I would say having a crooked pan and trying to put a lid on it, and you can never find the right lid. And in which framework? In order to serve the common goods of the people, which is written by the law. So I don't think our experience will be limited to Merzifon. It's a city of culture. There is Sinop, there is Merzifon. There are these 2-3 different focuses that can be incorporated into these cooperations, and I think it will push for further steps in this direction. Thank you. I remember we were having these regional meetings as part of Ortaklaşa. One of the meetings we held in the Black Sea, that's exactly what we're talking about with the Sinop Biennale team. It's a Biennale, it's an international event, actually, that's been going on for years. So we're asking them, how can't we transfer this experience to other cities? And that is exactly what happened. Yes, these developments, etc., we can't do them in very limited areas. Sometimes we should do them on the basin basis. Yes, or the Imam Mayor says we've been thinking the same thing. So it has to be regional development, it has to be basin-based development. I remember this great program that we came to see in your cities, and there was this string player who gave a mini concert, and the residents of the neighborhood started coming to the area where we were having that music, and we saw how organizing can happen even on the side so momentarily with the participation of the people. As mayors, they put us into this weird route of like you have to construct new buildings, etc. But this motorhane, this engine place, this old power plant, just by repairing this part and that part, we have been able to host such great events and activities. So without renovating the whole thing, there was, once the people saw that something was being done there, they themselves come there on their own field. And when people see that the public is interested in that site, then other sectors start to say, oh, since people are coming here, let me do some investment there as well. Thank you. So community building, as Professor Füsun was saying in the morning, community building is one of the priorities of Ortaklaşa, yes, space, activity, and policy. And so before you actually transformed the venue, you created the community. And now we're hearing that with the common investment in culture, also actually repairing the physical space. Because in Istanbul, we're in luxury, so we talk about talking behind the back of the Anatolian mayor. So we talk about this. One friend was saying, like, imagine you're somewhere, you're in a meeting, and you're talking about Kaş, like a Mediterranean city, but then somehow you come to the needs of Adıyaman. Like, well, how did we get there, people say. So I guess that's what mayors do. They always come back to their own problems and needs. Okay, so the city has different actors, civil society, the municipality, and every city now almost has a university there. We have strong universities, academicians. Do you have such collaborations with the universities? Yes, we have started contributing to each other's works. And yes, that's what I'm saying. What we couldn't do for years is now happening. It's not the municipality's work, we're just a stakeholder there. We're not picking up something and forcing it through. We're just taking one part of it and doing that part. It will be, I think, like a focus of culture, a center of culture, Motorhane, that will be known not only in Turkey but also abroad. Every work that is done is really, as long as it touches the life of the local resident inhabitant, the young, the old, the child, as long as it touches them and their lives, it becomes significant and it takes root. In Merzifon, the culture and entertainment axis is on the western side of the city, but with this Motorhane now, we have created another hub triggering the public life in another part of town among those neighborhoods. University students making their future plans, for example, are able to find something in the city now. And if they find something that they can contribute to, they can actually envision a future in that city. Borçka Mayor Ercan, Mr. Ercan. So we have also, again, witnessed the collaboration you had with another society organization, and you organized the festival Iron Apple, and we keep talking about it in Istanbul, actually. You did something else as well. You had an Eastern Black Sea Cultural Ecosystem meeting. I had the opportunity to participate in that meeting as well. It was in June 2024. And there were other regional mayors there present at the meeting when I was there. I'm actually working also with the foundation about policy text, etc. And I remember saying, I have never, all these years of working around this issue, it was the first time that I saw so many mayors around the desk, around the table, to talk about cultural policy. I was very surprised. So you are doing a theater festival at a place that does not have a theater hall. So with the goal, and you're doing this, of course, in collaboration with Gola, about this cultural line, about this line of cooperation around culture. What does it mean to you? How would you explain it? Hello, everyone. My greetings. It makes us both very happy, and it's an honor actually to be here today to experience and to share this experience with you, our experiences. I'm the child of parents who are teachers. I also taught for 15 years. I actually, but I remember there was this law that was saying that all the iron apple trees would be cut off, chopped off, and turned into wood burning material, and we were very saddened this actually took place. We lost so many trees. So my parents, I said they were teachers and they were into arts and culture, so it's something that comes from the family with me. The iron apple, an inspector back, like a teaching inspector back in the day, had inspired this idea. We were wondering if we could get like a geographic stamp for iron apple, if it could be like an international significance. So we were thinking of how we can do the PR for the iron apple, and from Ms. Refika and from Gola Association we had asked for support in publicizing the iron apple so that it's more renowned. And finally we did get to remember this value basically that had been long forgotten, and we reintroduced the iron apple back into the culture and into the culinary, and we were able to emphasize it again as a part of our culture. This iron apple festival, I remember back when I was a kid, when each time my grandma was ill, they would say, oh, we need to put these apples in a bag and cook them and it will heal you. It was like a source of healing even back when I was a kid. That's how we knew it when we were kids. At the entrance of Borçka, there's the sculpture of iron apples. We did that. We made that statue actually to raise awareness on the importance of the iron apple. After I became the mayor, so I moved from being a teacher, I was a teacher, so moving from teaching staff to mayordom, it was kind of difficult because the transition was difficult because I wasn't coming from politics, but the duty of the mayor is always infrastructure, superstructure, cleaning, etc. But I wanted to create a difference and create a character that has a transformative force on the society, to create the distinction and to put certain things into the memory of the people, to embed that in people's memory. Back when I was a kid, we had 2 cinema halls, but today there are buildings in their place, huge buildings, and it's just masses of concrete all around the town. So there's this need to remind people of what there used to be. So with the Gola Tourism and Ecology Association, we undertook this task to do it together and brought it to the present day. The Iron Apple Festival, not only in Borchka, but it is continuing by bringing together different culture, both in the language of Laz and the Turkish and Georgian. All these languages are being spoken in Borchka, so we're trying to bring together these different languages and cultures. And there's the Borchka Municipality Women's Chorus that also participated in this festival. It was a great festival. In that sense, again, I would like to express my gratitude to the Gola Association, and of course to you for bringing us together, and to Refika and to İKSV for enabling this cooperation, because it opened up our horizons, and we saw that it was possible to do municipal work in different ways and in different fields as well. And there was a municipal council decision, I think Refika was talking about that. How did that go? Because all these events, all these concerts, festivals, yes, they all made a mark. They were very valuable. But at the same time, Ortaklaşa set out with in pursuit of cultural policy documents and policy making. I know there were protocols that were signed between the CSOs and municipalities, and as Professor Füsun was talking about it, there are the protocols that are the policy documents that have been signed by the municipalities. Yes, we had workshops, and then we asked ourselves, can a municipality can create a policy document, cultural policy document, and we were discussing it within the municipality. And since I used to be a teacher, they also call me Teacher Ercan. They said, yeah, stop it, Teacher Ercan, leave all this culture and art business aside, do municipal work, just employ a few people in the municipality, give them their salaries and be done with it. I heard this a lot. But at the point that we have reached today, both for the theater festival and the Iron Apple Festival, now people are approaching me and asking, so when is the festival starting? Is it going to be held again this year? So there's been a transformation. Even at our own council, the city council, there were hesitations. They were saying, should we hold it? Should we hold the Iron Apple Festival or not? I always say this, you first have to believe it yourself, and you have to be sincere and show your sincerity to your employees and to the public at large, so that everyone can assume a role in this and take part in this. So we have created a cultural policy of the Borchka municipality, and we will act accordingly. We will practice what we have said in this document. So you also have been engaged in music. It's not just teaching, but there's also music in your family. You played the accordion, I think. So being in touch with musical instruments, perhaps you already know how that art can transform somebody's life. And when we were doing the horon together, I remember the culture director, the community leader, and whoever was in the village was there doing the horon together. That was very impressive. Yes, again, the Village Institute was the first place that my father graduated from, and he learned mandolin and the guitar, and of course that affected us, and both in the university and later when I was a teacher, whichever school I worked in, I got engaged with the chorus of that school, with the folk dances groups. I was directing them, and that was a very important experience for me. And in Borchka, there's bağlama, another string instrument that I was actually giving classes on that. So people who were coming to the public education center, I was asking, they were leaving their string instruments somewhere else. When they were coming to the municipality, they were leaving their instruments, but now it's like we it's the opposite now. We can carry our musical instruments everywhere. We have these cafes where people get together just to play their instruments. So music, arts is important for transforming the people, their perspectives and approaches, and that's why we are here today. And we hope to improve on these experiences and transfer them to our children in the years to come. I'm curious as to how our mayor was able to balance and manage that Black Sea dynamics, because they can't stand where they are, like they have to keep moving, etc. But now I understand he has a teaching background. In the last round, I want to ask the following to all our mayors. This morning, Professor Füsun Üstel told us about this also, and for 3 years we discussed this in Ortaklaşa, how to have a fair cultural cooperation among the local governments, the CSOs, cultural actors, etc., how it can be fair. And in Ortaklaşa we had the sub-grant program of 1.3 million euros, and this fund, we gave this fund to the NGOs, and we said you have to collaborate with the local governments. So for the first time, we tried to change this relationship of power. So the NGOs were not the ones who were seeking funds. They were the ones who had the funds, and they were sitting with the municipalities at the table on an equal footing. They had the money, and they were asking for your cooperation. The table was turned. But anyways, I want to ask you, what is the secret of fair cultural cooperation? As you know, we will continue for another 3 years. Again, with EU funding, Ortaklaşa project will be continuing. Perhaps there'll be new NGOs, new municipalities that will step into this cooperation. So what is the secret? What is the indispensable element of fair cooperation? Not making any mistakes, that's one thing. This opportunity that we have, that we are so joyful about Motorhane, for example, if in the coming years we do something wrong, then any mistakes might end up harming us and harming the organization, harming the cultural center. As the Merzifon municipality, we have calculated our carbon footprint. That's the kind of municipality we are. So in the world there's all this money and it's looking for places to be distributed. So when they are giving these funds to local governments, the only condition they ask for is transparency and the sensitivity towards environment. That's what they want to see. In 2021 we made this measurement of our carbon footprint in the municipality. And then of course the term of sustainability keeps coming up. As the municipality, we have a sustainability report, and we did this with internationally acknowledged methods. Why am I talking about this? Now, okay, there's Diaman, for example, it went through unbelievable trauma, and there are serious obstacles to reaching the financial sources. But if we have transparency and based methods, for example, the carbon footprint measuring, during that process, I myself declared that I was doing storage. I was storing things not in the proper way. I told on myself, but then I got 25 million euro credit from the World Bank. And when I was going to elections in 2019, I said I would reduce the carbon footprint, and then this declaration that I had made previously, telling on myself on my misconduct, actually that was an advantage for me later on when I was asking for this funding. In order to create healthy and resilient cities, you first have to understand and know the city that you are governing. So you have to know the numbers, you have the statistics, and after that you actually look at it from a different perspective. So I know the subject keeps changing, but I would suggest all mayors to evaluate and measure and calculate every single aspect of their cities. I think, and such works, both those number works and these cooperation works, open and lead to new ways. So you said, okay, not making mistakes and transparency. Of course, when you have all these esteemed guests, I want to do some PR on Adıyaman. As you know, Adıyaman is has Mount Nemrut, the national park, which is a part of actually global cultural heritage. It's an open-air museum, basically, our city. So in terms of culture, it's very rich. Even though we're a town stuck kind of in between, in the middle of four big metropoles, these other cities have better lobbying activities, so we're kind of overshadowed. But in terms of cultural assets, we have actually even more of these cultural assets than the surrounding cities. And we are inviting you all to come over in April and May and to climb the Mount of Nemrut. As the mayor just said, as a city, of course, due to the earthquake, our priorities are somewhat different. First, we are trying to improve the physical conditions of the city and to meet the minimum, to improve the minimum living conditions of our residents. The infrastructure was, of course, devastated, so we are trying to improve them. The standards of our roads, highways are not good. We're trying to improve them. And then there are the traumatized citizens, and we're trying to rehabilitate them. And of course, these arts and cultural activities are very important. But of course, in Turkey, it's a huge, it's actually problematic to organize arts and culture events. Is like almost, but thankfully we don't. The people who, it's a crime basically, arts and culture events. But in Turkey, Adıyaman is not a problem because we can't pay the artists to come, and they volunteer. And so if you would like to come and organize stuff on a volunteer basis, we'd be very happy. As long as we don't pay, it's not a crime in Turkey in general. In terms of overcoming the traumas, we know from the examples of Germany, for example, how arts and theater, music are important to come over those traumas. So even a simple concert, the youth coming to that field, to that area, arena for the concert, you can see their eyes shining, and parents coming with their kids and how they're motivated. You can see the healing aspect of arts and culture on the faces of the people. So we will increase our arts and culture events. During the winter, our halls are in general closed, but in the more accommodating weathers, we'll keep them open. Unfortunately, we still don't have a movie theater. We don't have a theater hall. We don't have an amphitheater for holding concerts, for example. But open air sites we use to hold our activities, to organize our concerts. In the upcoming period also, we will work towards ensuring that our activities, arts activities, are more accessible. Can you imagine, Adıyaman does not have a cultural center. It doesn't have a movie theater. Can you imagine? So these are among our objectives, among our targets. If we can find some funding, hopefully, with the support of our NGOs also, we want to create an exhibition hall, a movie theater, a theater hall, and we are also asking for your help, for your support, basically. I hope İKSV, Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts, is hearing this. So it would be a great contribution to Adıyaman and other cities. The healing, there's nothing more to add to the healing power of arts. Everyone attests to this, everyone knows this. And when you say arts and culture, the anniversary of death of Katılımcı, whom we lost last February. We will be holding arts and culture events to commemorate him as well, and we are inviting you all that also with so that you can join us in talking about the arts. Yeah, so we're inviting you to Kahtalı Mıhçiz commemoration event. So you talked about tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Of course, we hope to be able to contribute to the physical spaces that you talked about in Adıyaman. But for example, in the projects of the Civil Detective and the Paris Children's Festival, etc., I understand you'll be hosting such activities. You will continue hosting such activities, and actually Gizem also invited everyone to the City Biennale's next edition. So Mr. Ercan, you have the floor. Whatever you do, you first have to believe it. And you have to show people that you are sincere. With that commitment and with that transparency, and as long as you do it sincerely, then all the stakeholders and the local residents end up supporting the events that you organize. For example, the Iron Apple Festival was partially organized in the Muratlı village that you were talking about. You were there too. The aim was that the regional people had certain demands. There's the border door to Georgia, and they were asking for another border door entry. And they were saying, even though on paper there is an entrance, a border, but it's not really there in practice. So that was something that they were complaining about. And everyone, all the population of that locality participated in the festival, because on one hand they were going to have fun, and on the other hand they were going to talk about the Muratlı border door, because they knew that it would be an economic contribution to Borçka to have that door open. And again, at another edition of the festival, the 5-6 centuries old tree that we have, the shadow of which was hosting parts of the festival. It was our site for certain events. And again, the entire population wanted to partake in it, even though the weather was bad, there was this rainstorm, but still people participated in order to, and they were asking us, can we have an even bigger festival in the upcoming years? So that's why I'm saying belief, conviction, and sincerity is important. When you have it, you reflect it on the people. People see it on you, and they commit to it. They dedicate themselves to it. There's ownership formed, which actually creates justice at the end of the day. So I'll just wrap it up like that. Let me also have a contribution to that. As we invited journalists from Istanbul to these events, for example, Dear Selçuk Tepeli was there in the Iron Apple Festival, and he listened to the needs of the villagers, and coming back to Istanbul, he kept talking about these villagers' needs and demands, and people were asking, why do you keep talking about it? It's been like days and you keep talking about these villagers' needs. Because he was actually impressed by it, impressed by the way people believed in it, and he kept bringing it back to the agenda. I want to ask another question. In some research, they say in order for the cooperations to be continued on a more systematic basis with the civil society, there should be civil society units established in the municipalities. Of course, there are things established in the name of relations, like civil society affairs or something. But it's only about the visits, etc. But I'm talking about something more detailed, more comprehensive. You three mayors, how would you personally see this idea? What would be your opinion? As I said earlier, as Merzifon mayor, we're trying to do this within an institutional structure, and it's the sustainability report that is the backbone of this. There I commit myself to working with the NGOs in the rural area, in the town center. I'm going to be working with all the stakeholders. It's in recording our commitment. All the units, all the administrative units of the municipality have to take part in this. And they do this by enacting the things that are in that report, in that sustainability report, which then translates into the strategic planning reports that we come up with. Yes, we already wrote this, the participatory municipality work, etc., and running the town, the city with the civil society organizations. We have these in our strategic documents, in our strategic plans. We committed this in writing. But of course, what is an NGO? What's a civil society organization? That becomes questionable sometimes as well, because there's so many of them. They're like mushrooms, but what their aims are, why do they define themselves as NGOs? Sometimes it gets questionable. But in Adıyaman, we have a very strong relationship with the NGOs, with civil society, and with the people also. And it's basically our constitution, our charter, municipal charter. We wrote about this cooperation with NGO necessity. It had the people in the NGOs also have to be sincere and active, because the way to establish that cooperation requires the NGO to be more active, to actually be more influence within the society also, because the leaders of these NGOs also have an important role to play in these cooperations. For instance, with Gola, I knew if I didn't know Refika from earlier, I wouldn't be able to do this activity with Gola, because there are many NGOs in my city also, and even though we went to them with suggestions, proposals, the NGOs, as my colleague just said, being a CHP municipality creates a certain fear as well. It hinders the NGOs from approaching us, because we are the main opposition party's municipality. So citizens are afraid of endangering themselves. So there is that question mark. Therefore, the NGO leaders, executives, and their perspectives are also very important. So I congratulate dear Refika and Gola for having the courage to approach us and to carry out these activities in cooperation. And it was through them that we met you. And the importance of civil societies is also, they set a model for other NGOs as well. So it was a great attitude that they displayed. Yeah, these healthy examples will actually bring even more extensive cooperations. These concrete, tangible cooperations and the results that people can see lead to other organizations to approach you and to further better works that come out actually again from the ground up. In Portugal, in my own district, there were no arts or cultural events organized previously. People actually were thinking it's not necessary to hold such activities, but now after these experiences, after experiencing that excitement of these events, now people make demands for it, especially the officials, teachers, etc., who come from other cities. They approach us asking, so dear Mayor, do you think we should hold the theater festival not in this month but in that month? Or the Iron Apple Festival. So they know that the festival will be held, but they are negotiating on which season it should be held, etc. So we have to increase the number of good examples, and so the support that you have provided us has been extremely valuable for us. I think we're at the end of the time allocated to us, so it's time to thank you. And so we thank you very much for the local cooperations that you have carried out with us, with the civil society. Thank you so much. At such a time when we need inspiration and hope, we thank you. We are very lucky to have been able to share this with you. Thank you.
I wanted to drink this water, but there is no glass, so I'll be drinking from bottle. But don't tell, this guy has come from the east, so he's directly drinking from the bottle. Many thanks to the dear mayors. We bid farewell to them.
Seni göndermiyorum. Neyi söyleyeyim? Ha, fotoğraf çekelim. Değerli başkanlara tekrar
Dear mayors, thank you very much once again. But we would like to keep dear Özlem on the scene. So we heard from Adıyaman, Merzifon, Borçka. We discussed how we can further strengthen our cooperation as CSOs, as municipalities. Once again, many thanks to the municipalities for their great support. Now it's my turn to express my gratitude to the Ortaklaşa team, to the İKSV team. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It was an honor to be the MC of this activity. I think it shows, right, through my excitement. I am very happy to be here. Thank you very much for your patience. Now we need to wrap up the day, so the final word goes to dear Özlem. Well, I think the dear mayors already, wrapped up the event, but I will just be expressing my gratitude to you, dear Aysun, for accompanying us on this journey. Obviously, you were the person to lead this day as well. Thank you very much. So, warm round of applause for dear Aysun for moderating this event perfectly. But this is not the end of my list of gratitudes. So I'm taking the penultimate word because I want to first of all invite my fellow team members onto the scene. You see their names on the scene. Selen Akçalı, Project Manager. Ayberk Çelikel, Sub-Grant Coordinator. Neslihan Öztürk, Sub-Grant Coordinator. Ekin Çuhadar, Research and Education Coordinator. Selin Özavcı, Communication Coordinator. Emre Seymenoğlu, Event Coordinator. Kadir Altoprak, Financial Coordinator. So it's a pleasure to work with a great team who is also bringing down the tables and chairs on the scene. If this team hadn't worked collectively, so Ortaklaşa, obviously the project wouldn't be reality. The members of the team will now take the floor. Thank you, dear Özlem. It's wonderful to see the entire team on the stage. So we are like this, going everywhere all together as a large team. It was a pleasure to work together, obviously. I hope that you have also, shared in our sentiment of working together with pleasure. Well, let me start from the design of the project, and I will be handing over the mic to my friends. Of course, we knocked on the door of different institutions. Sure, İKSV's Culture Policies Department has been working on this issue in the last decade, but there were other important stakeholders who accompanied us on the journey. We discussed with them prior to initiating the project, Anadolu Kültür. We have dear Asena, dear Övgü from Anadolu Kültür. They have supported us from the beginning. We also have dear Olcay from the Hafıza Merkezi, the Memory Center. Emre Gür from our consultancy company always supported us. Of course, the European Union delegation always supported us. We didn't have a bureaucratic relationship at all with them. So all the previous and current colleagues from the delegation always supported us. In the scope of the Ortaklaşa, we received 250 sub-grant applications from 44 cities. Obviously, it was very difficult to evaluate these because they were all great projects, but we also have independent selective committee members who supported us. Cengiz Çiftçi, Esra Aysun, Idrak Doğan, Mahir Namur, Rai Kotan ve Yürük Kurtaran helped us with the selection of the projects. That's how we finalized the list of 13 projects. In the search conferences, as indicated in the morning, we were accompanied by great friends, Ahmet, Ercan, Selim, Sema, and Yiğit Özşener. Thank you very much for your contributions during the conferences. Of course, there are lots of other names that I might have forgotten. Now I pass the floor to dear Selin. Hello, everyone. Well, there are lots of people that we have to thank, but at İKSV, we had a great media team, the marketing team, which deserve a round of applause. They came up with these wonderful designs. Many thanks, Ezgi, for these great images, which really strengthened our visibility. Municipalities, CSOs, and all the communication teams working with them deserve our applause. It's all together that we worked on the designs and logos, everything. And we also worked with dear Meriç, who has always stood with us. Well, there's a huge list of people that deserve thanks, but there are certain things that I especially want to thank. Berk Çakır, the previous communication coordinator, it's thanks to him that I'm here, so we share the communication responsibility with him. He has now opted for another career. I'm very happy to be here. I want to go back 3 years ago. As you all know, Ortaklaşa set out on the road after a field study. So on the road, we were welcomed by lots of different people in container cities, in tents, in their cafes. Many thanks to all of our great hosts. So sometimes people just, he grabbed me by the neck and helped me. For example, Ulaş Bayraktar was a great support in all of this journey. In another component of the study, we also joined forces with different experts of research companies. We also worked with data scientists. During the search conferences, academic experts provided us great support. Gökçe Derviş supported us with her academic excellence and also her capacity of community building. So it was an honor for me to work with Professor Füsun Üstel. My heartfelt thanks to dear professor. And in the Ortaklaşa learning program, during hours we discussed different culture policies. I'm trying to see the wonderful speakers who took the floor during the learning programs. And finally, I also want to express my gratitude to dear Attila, Gizem, and Anıl, whom now I consider to be a part of the Ortaklaşa family. Speaking about monitoring and evaluation, you will be seeing behind me a QR code which you can scan to share with us your evaluations. Please fill out the evaluation form. Well, it's wonderful to have you. It's wonderful to see you here amongst us. Hello. I tried to make a whole list, but suddenly I find myself writing pages and pages of people to thank. But I want to start with Berk, Eda, Deniz that I see around me. I won't be going name by name. But we had wonderful anecdotes. You sometimes go before someone's door. You are already full, but that person tries to give you more food at some weird hour of the night. You might happen to call someone. They respond. They pick you up and they take you where they want to take you. I don't know, cab drivers. Next day, let's say you have an ecology workshop and a grandfather came over to, I don't know, dig a hole so that his granddaughter can play or participate in the workshop. So it's a huge community. First of all, many thanks to my fellow team members and many thanks to those who are not with us today but who have made this workshop together. I'm speaking about the locals of the wonderful towns and villages where we worked. Hello, everyone. in these last 3 years, had the pleasure of working with this great team. So many thanks to my fellow team members for really giving me a great opportunity, a very comfortable field. Also, many thanks to my colleagues in the Financial Affairs Department who truly embraced the project. In the afternoon, we listened to 13 wonderful projects, which made real wonderful dreams. Many thanks to all the project team members. It was wonderful to meet you. Hello, everyone. I also want to express my first gratitude to my dear fellow team members and then to you for being here. In this process, obviously, we had the chance to receive the support of lots of different institutions. We interacted with lots of organizations. The list is very, very long. The Civil Society Development Center, the Hrant Dink Foundation, Culture Civic, the British Council. So many thanks to lots of institutions who really espoused this effort. Truly, this was an Ortaklaşa effort. Truly, this was a collective effort. And I still feel their support. And in the Ortaklaşa sub-grant program, we had the chance to provide grants to wonderful projects. Many thanks to the project coordinators and the sub-grant coordinators. The activities that they carried out on the field really made a change, and we had the chance to see everything that they did firsthand. I saw that they also had challenges, but really they overcame these problems. And as all the managers and team members have indicated, Ortaklaşa was a great opportunity to get together, to heal ourselves, to heal our hearts and minds. It's wonderful to be a part of this group. Hello, everyone. My name is Samet. So many people thanked me, but I felt a bit ashamed because I am the one who is supposed to really express his gratitude, because this was a true process of learning for me. So I'm thrilled if I have been able to contribute to this somehow. So many thanks to the local governments, to the CSOs who were a part of this wonderful journey. I'm not going to be naming everyone one by one. Many thanks to the İKSV Ortaklaşa team, because you're a great group, guys. And working with you, traveling with you was an immense pleasure. Many thanks to my team members from the Marmara Municipalities Union, because whenever they started to think that I was part of the Ortaklaşa team, well, they really relieved my burden. They really supported me wonderfully. So many thanks to my colleagues at the union. Henry Ford has the word, getting together is just the beginning. What really counts is producing together. That's the success. So in the first phase of Ortaklaşa, I think we have already achieved this. God knows what's going to happen in the second phase. Thank you, everyone. So it was supposed to be the penultimate word, but many thanks to our sign language interpreters. Many thanks to Cenk Tereli, who accompanied the project that received the sub-grants. Many thanks to Görgün Taner, the General Director of İKSV, for leading us throughout this project since 2021. And of course to all of you, dear members of the public, for sharing with us this wonderful energy. And I think Emre has lots of other things to tell us. I think everyone has expressed their thank. I don't think that nothing is left to me. No, we have a very long list. So this is what I felt today. 3 years ago, I didn't know many of the people that you see in this hall. Throughout these 3 years, I had wonderful encounters. I got acquainted with people in Dersim, in Mersin, in different cities. Everyone included us into their life stories. So now wrapping up this program altogether is the cherry on the cake. So we were honored by your wonderful words throughout the event. But once again, I want to emphasize that you might have a great space, you might have wonderful production, but what really counts is you as people. So we did this only thanks to your presence and contribution. So thank you very much for being with us today. Furthermore, lots of labor went to it on the production side, on the studio side. Many colleagues have worked very hard. So, production and studio, that's nothing simple. So live broadcast, that required a separate team, coordination of the broadcast, another issue, rentals, lighting, etc. This required lots of work. So under the name of Uluç, we had a wonderful team working to make this possible. So our thanks go to this great group of collaborators. Now, we will be wrapping up the program, and this only gives me time to make the announcement of the next party this evening at 7. So we not only thank everyone who participated, but because in a couple of minutes we will have transfer services which will be going to Pera and Şişhane. Take the Şişhane bus because you will be with us in 2 hours as we will have a great performance. Prior to us, Sümeyye also has a wonderful performance. We have already shared the names of our wonderful performers in the invitations. Well, once again, thank you very much for being with us.
Ben bitti demeden bitmez.
So it's not over until it's over. Of course, we will all meet at our party at Salon İKSV. I think we enjoyed a day full of inspiration, surprises. Well, many thanks to all those who followed us on YouTube Live. And we shall continue to work together, think together, achieve together. Hope to see you soon.